All right. So last time, we had a hard time in SOT. That's what happened last time. Lots of orbs of fire and dread leeches and annoying garbage like that, and it took me quite a while to get to this point. We're almost at 8 hours. We have 60 armor class. We have good defenses and resistances, but still things hurt quite a bit. Um, so I happen to have ignition, which is at 26%. So maybe I should pick that up. Hello, Inan. Thank you for stopping by. As I said last time I played, today we are going to be doing the vestibule of hell. Um, Everybody cross your fingers for this to go okay, I suppose. Getting on a green death immediately. Very standard. Now, how do we do this? How do we approach this situation? Funnily enough, Herion has some pretty garbage defenses, so Sin Beast. Yep, this thing that replaced Hell Beasts and Loros y Procas. Bite 28, Drain Magic, Trample 20, knock back the defender. Um, you can tell that this thing was engineered specifically to counter like vestibule of hell fights pretty much. The trample thing, it being fast, it's super annoying, and the anti-magic is also a really dangerous thing. Hmm. You know what? At least it is not invisible like Loros y Procas used to be. Um, oh wow! And we continue with the streak of miscasting Shatter that we had going. Gideon doesn't fly, does he? Hmm. Unfortunately, Herion is almost dead, but I'm also out of mana. I have one potion of mana. I have no evocables. I really should have gotten some melee with this character. Yeah, going for 15 runes. I didn't really want to, but then I decided that this character was strong enough to actually go for that. So here we are. Well, you're almost dead, and I have mana regen, so I'm just gonna get out and regen for a bit. Probably like 15. Maybe until I don't have the exhaustion anymore. Yeah, there we go. And then I could Apoc again. But I'm at 163 HP. I think that instead of that, I'm just gonna try to Shatter. Come on. How is Herion not dead? How is Herion not dead? Like, really? He flies? No, no way he flies. Oh, no, he does fly. Oh, well. I guess that's why he's not dead. Okay. Better color ups, blasting rock from the ceiling. The massive rock hits Herion for big damage. I really should pick up some melee option. Like, come on. Don't we have a double sword somewhere, but like with 10 dexterity, that's not a good idea. Um, Don't we have an evening star? Yeah, we have +4 evening star. Okay. Um, 1, 5, 6, 7. 7 enchant weapons. So that is more than enough to fully enchant that. We also have 1 brand weapon. Should we do that? I mean, yes. Yes, we should. What is up with the denizens of these depths too? Oh, yeah, I didn't fully clear it. I'll do that at some point soon. I'm still surprised at how well Bolts 5 went for this character. It really went remarkably well. Oh, why did I do that? I messed up. Um, yeah, I forgot that you cannot permafrost monsters that are next to me. Extended, yeah, but it's tournament. Also, I haven't played extended in a while, a couple of months. So why not? Just this once. Yep, tournament time. This is the last week of the tournament. It's ending on Friday as usual. And well, when it comes to um, transporter bolts, the correct thing to do is to shatter them. What do you do? Oh, it's a Minotaur Berserker Ghost. Well, it hits only for 41. And I have 60 armor class. I should be fine. You've never really seen extended, so it's interesting to you. It is interesting indeed, but you see it once, you've seen it enough times. Is how I think about that. Mm, mm, the ghost is still pretty much full HP. Ghosts follow you upstairs now, right? Yeah, that could be a little bit of an annoyance. Well, I don't have to kill the ghost, and the simulacra are not strong enough to kill me. Do I have necro? No necro. No necro. No, zero necro. You liked extended. Extended is okay to do occasionally, and you should definitely get an extended win if you've never done it, but it is kinda bad. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why extended is not like a mandatory thing to do in any given game. It is completely optional. That is a scroll of linking. I think I want the blinking, so I'm gonna shatter this as well. Pretty good. Mountain Dwarf Wanderer of Kaslal. I think I beat the guy, but I'm gonna regen my mana. Yep. I think that Permafrost might beat this guy. Is it samey or the things scale crazy hard? What makes it so annoying to do? Well, I'm not gonna spoil anything. I'm going to do it, so you're gonna see for yourself what I mean. Well, what we mean, because in general, most of the community agrees in that extended is not the most exciting thing to do. Once you have done it already a couple of times. How? Oh no, this guy has crazy armor class and a little bit of evasion. Yeah, I was like, how did this guy have more evasion than armor class? But I didn't get that right. Oh, you know what? I have Power Leap. Okay. Some good old Power Leap fun. Some Potions of Brilliance that will be pretty useful in time. Let's go back to the Vestibule of Hell. Oh, wait. Yeah, we have the 7 enchant weapons. I didn't really even need to get them all, because I only needed 5. And so we get an Evening Star of Protection. In case we need any more armor class, very clearly, the moment that we find another brand weapon, we will rebrand that because we don't need protection. We really don't need protection brand. Um, where is my brand weapon? Yeah, let me turn on the auto pickup so I rebrand it when I find one and not pass it. Yeah, this level I haven't finished, but since the last time I was here, I have acquired some okay spells to deal with the denizens of this guy of this place. So I should be able to deal with them without a lot of problems. My routing for extended, my preferred routing is Pan, Abyss, um, Tomb, and Hell at the end. Used to be that Hell was a lot less difficult. It was still hard, but it was annoying, and now it is just super hard. You're gonna see. If you have never done anything extended related, yeah. I do not think I'm gonna die. I feel like once you get beyond a certain point in the game, you kinda are the master of your own destiny. But the thing is that in order to be the master of your own destiny, like it's almost staying the 8 hours. Have I already done Tomb? Nope, I have not done Tomb. Um, I was thinking that Tomb as a gargoyle could be not that difficult. You know, why is it a walking crystal tome and you cannot LRD the crystal tome? Like that has never made sense to me. You often left Tomb for last. For me, it's not that bad compared to Hell. And the loot is interesting in Tomb. Tomb does have a ton of loot. If you leave it for last, there may be an upgrade there, but you're not going to, really be able to take advantage of it because it's the end of the game. Zombie hands. Zombie hands, this, and then remember that you have something that the guy cannot dodge anyway. Um, the Tengu River repels the iron shot. Didn't know that guy could do that while grasped by zombie hands. That's crazy. Okay, and we found loot. Loot that would have maybe been a little bit useful earlier. Nice flail. The kind of thing that maybe I would have been okay having earlier. Ring of the Hair, 10 evasion. 10 evasion versus 6 intelligence and 5 resistance. I bet that I cannot cast Shatter with that because I still have Wild Magic. So this is Wild Power, Wild Magic Spell Enhanced Shatter. It's doing some pretty good damage that my 30 Intelligence really doesn't deserve. Let's see what happens when I go down to 24. I mean, it's still castable and the damage doesn't take a dive as hard as I thought it was going to. Um, and we do have 60-26 defenses. These are kind of okay. defenses. You didn't care much care for the Hells. They were pretty samey, and optimal play wasn't very interesting. That was before the buff to Hell, so you don't know what it's like now. Oh, you have not gone to Hell since they were buffed? It's been a while since that happened. Couple of years at this point. Like, actually a couple of years. The Hot Hells change was 0.28, and this is a 0.32 tournament. So, like, 2 years, a bit more than that. And the Abyss are both pretty cool. I don't necessarily agree with the Abyss because getting the rune is like a pretty tiresome thing to do in the Abyss. Pretty tedious. In fact, I failed to get the rune earlier. What's the key for the rune? Oh, that one. That one, yeah. We have three. Oh, yeah, before I do any... Well, I guess I can finish the vestibule and then I should just go get the slimy rune. And then we can do Pandemonium. Um, I like doing the vestibule first because the vestibule is pretty easy, all things considered. Like pretty easy as far as like extended goes. Even though this is not really what I would consider as extended. And look at that, something Farstormed off screen. What is up with that? Or was it one of those guys that when it dies it Farstorms when it died? Must have been one of those. Yeah, I have not really played that much extended myself since Hot Hells. Yeah, like this guy. This guy summons stock flames, malice to hellish flames, binding it with flame. Hellish fires, binding it with flame into a creeping inferno, and creeping infernos cast Firestorm whenever they die, which is pretty silly in my opinion because they often just Firestorm their summoner. I wouldn't really think that this particular enemy is well designed because of that. Doom just felt insanely difficult to you, especially without the right builds. Yes, but here's the trick. I am a Gargoyle, and because I am a Gargoyle, I'm almost completely certain that Doom is not gonna be as hard as Jaina or Cocytus. Those are kind of messed up. Jaina and Cocytus. For this, I should be okay for this because I have Shatter. Shatter is pretty strong there. Plenty of enemies in the Iron City of these are susceptible to it. And Tartarus, well, I should also not have a bad time in Tartarus. After all, I have the inherent strengths from being a gargoyle: immunity to sickness, miasma, resistance to negative. And maybe for Tartarus, I wear the ring of like I think I have 4 wins. Yeah, I could maybe wear that for Tartarus. Um, mm, 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 there was something that I was gonna do that I completely forgot about. Oh boy, that could be a problem. Hopefully not. Yeah, of all of Extended, I think that Pan is the most interesting part, in my opinion. Um, anyway, let's go do Slime. For the longest time, people didn't do Slime. Can you believe it? Like, people were um, no, don't do Slime. Slime is extended. Waltz 5 is a lot easier. And I almost always whenever I have gone into Waltz 5, I've had a bad experience. So one day I was like, this is ridiculous, and I tried to do Slime, and Slime wasn't that hard. In fact, it's like it was mythified in my opinion to a certain degree by the players. Um, and like it was overrated because of the existence of shining eyes, which can give you malmutations, right? And players back then were super allergic to that kind of thing. Nowadays, most players do not really care that much about that. Um, so this place isn't really as scary as Bolt's 5, which just directly kills you. You like sneaking into the middle of slime by building up enough LRD power to blow up walls before that was removed. Now you need Shatter to do that kind of thing. Yeah, we have Hellfire Mortar. Though I am guessing that Hellfire Mortar is not really going to see that much play now that we are going to extend it. Like it was the MVP of the game so far, but for extended, I'm not sure. You begin to recover more slowly from draining effects is kind of a nasty mutation to get. Like I should probably get rid of that because we are a Ru worshipper, right? And Ru worshippers are um, constantly being drained. So yeah, it does sound like I should get rid of that. By the way, slimes are gelatinous and shatter deals less damage to them, except for the rock slime. I think rock slimes take a little bit of the extra damage from them since they are brittle. Yeah, the LRD removal that you mentioned is like so it's surprising to me that this Hellfire Mortar spell can temporarily remove walls, because that's a kind of utility that is like not in the game really anymore. But I guess it was added because without that power, the spell wouldn't be particularly good. It would be quite cumbersome to use. Oh man, this is pretty strong. Also, my blink has almost no cooldown. Oh, it's 100% power blink. No wonder it has almost no cooldown. I hadn't noticed until right now that it was almost 100% power, or like 100% power proper. So yeah, as a strong earth mage, I'm not particularly well equipped to deal with this place. Funnily enough, um, because my biggest spell, which is Shatter, is just not fantastic versus these guys. I should maybe go pick up Ignition. Like I have it in a shop. I know that I can get it. I should maybe do that. Oh no, I don't have it in a shop. I have it in my spell list, but I need a spell slot in order to be able to learn it. I'm only thinking about it because it's better than Shatter for dealing with the enemies that I'm going to deal with here. Amnesia, and we can forget about Sandblast, and we can learn Ignition now. I wonder how good Magna Bolt is in extended. At some point, I'm assuming that I'm gonna run out of things to train for, and I would maybe be interested in training for Magna Bolt. I would need to train a lot of Air Magic, and that is very expensive. But I might. On the other hand, I could get Polar Vortex. I guess that I have not acquired it for my library, but I know that I have Polar Vortex somewhere in the game. Okay, let's try this. Ignition 26%. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen for this place. 26%. I really was expecting it to be a little bit higher. What happens if we take this off? Okay, ignition goes to 13% without armor. Funnily enough, I still have 31 armor class without armor, but nah, I would rather, it's 31-18 or 60-16. I think that I will take my chances with 60-16, and at some point we are going to actually get that castable, but not right now. Like I'll get it castable before Cocytus, because it is a great spell for Cocytus as well. Also for Tomb, it's pretty good for Tomb, but for Tomb, Shatter is fine. Yeah, I don't particularly mind getting malmutated. When I got the drain mutation, I decided that I was gonna drink mutation potions, so I might as well get mutated, all that I'm going to get mutated, and then unmute myself, unmutate myself. Um, Enemies approaching from two different directions. That is, oh, dissolution again, again. I have won two characters in the tournament, or is it three characters? I think it was two characters, and this was the streak breaker, and then, yeah, okay. And like I have seen the dissolution. This is the second time. That's crazy. Yes, I only have one ring slot because I sacked a hand. Um, Considerably less handy than I used to be. I cannot wield two-handed weapons with a shield. By the way, I feel like you should be able to wear a shield if you don't want to wield a weapon. Launch off-handed attacks or use more than one magical ring. Of all those things, the only thing that really hurts is not being able to use a ring. I wish I could. A ring would have been somewhat useful at some point. At some points. Beautiful. That went well. Dissolution can be a pretty scary foe to face, especially without resistance to corrosion. Dissolution hits really, really hard. I think that Dissolution hits as hard as a Royal Jelly. 50-30 acid, yeah, and the Royal Jelly is the same, I think. 50-30 acid, precisely like that. The difference is that Dissolution summons eyeballs and the Royal Jelly summons slimes whenever you hit it. These new endings of Slime are kind of cool. I have not seen them all because I have not really played that much since they were introduced, but I like them. As long as it's nothing super unfair, because like I don't mind new things. Like obviously I like new things, but my problem with this game lies within the unfortunate reality that sometimes the things that are introduced are just meant to kill players more than to make the experience more rich. Um, Keep still being as mana inefficient as always. That's a golden eye. And that is some loot. Okay, and the rune. And a manual of shape-shifting. Doom Knight. That I do not remember. Worshipper of Jeredelemnul, who eschewed the use of magic in combat, preferring to destroy her enemies with brute force. Unfortunately for her, not all of her opponents shared her limitations. It has felt countless great warriors under her grip, and the souls of those who have their lives taken beckon it to take even more under its new owner. It inflicts additional damage proportional to its victim's maximum health. Man, that sounds really cool. Like wield that and go hit Antaeus or Cerebov, or any Hell Panlord really, because they all have crazy HP. Um, the one with the lowest HP, I think, is Ereshkigal, and Ereshkigal has like 250 still, which is a substantial amount of HP. Um, Herion had 300, but Herion doesn't really count as a Hell Panlord. Helion is kind of a pushover. And this is a great sword. It is a great sword of the Doom Knight. Cool. Cool stuff. I cannot wield it anyway, because it is a great sword and I have one hand. Would have been maybe interested in using it on that Minotaur that was using swords. Oh, okay. I'm definitely not ready to deal with that, you know? So how do we do this? With this amount of HP, this is like really not doable. But I have 7 teles. Let's make that 6. Um, Yeah, there's gotta be some teles in shops that I can buy, or in some bolts that I never really opened. Ignoring ghost bolts is probably a really good thing to do, until you search for an item that you need and it is in one of those bolts. Um, at that point, you should probably think about going back and try to fight the ghost if you're strong enough to kill it, of course. Don't go fighting ghosts if you're not sure you're gonna win, because otherwise things are likely to get pretty complicated for you. And by the way, I define me win in a bit of a non-intuitive way here. What I mean by win doesn't necessarily mean win like you would win against most monsters in this game. Versus a ghost, you win by getting the loot and not dying in the process. You don't even have to kill it. So if you can open the door and then ninja art your way through the vault to grab the loot, and then just leave without the ghost killing you, then you've won against that ghost. And if you happen to be able to kill it, that is just like a nice bonus, but um, not always something that happens. I messed up there with the permafrost. I have 5 brilliance. I'm gonna respect the royal jelly, and I'm gonna go for a brilliance. Oh man, the royal jelly is really close, but I am at big mana. I can do it. Sure, I'll go for emo. I'll go for emo because I know this is not really gonna be that bad. Like if I get hit by an emo or two. That was it for the royal jelly, right? I skipped the messages. Yeah, kill the royal jelly. The royal jelly spawns a bunch of jellies whenever it takes damage, so you still have to deal with all of these. The Quicksilver Usos are a little bit scary because they have anti-magic melee. I choose to reposition away from them, and we continue fighting. The Quicksilver Usos are not inner flamed. Yes, it blobs are almost dead. The rock slimes are well. This one is fresh, like no damage. This one is almost dead. Not bad. Are the Hell Lords more difficult than the Pandemonium Lords that spawn during the Sod run? Yes. I would say that the average Pandemonium Lord that spawns during the Sod run is weaker than any Hell Lord. Like all four of them are pretty strong, so I don't say even the weakest, because I think that all four of them can be the strongest one to, depending on whatever character you're playing as. Uh, but the thing is that random panlords that spawn during the Sod run can high roll with really, really crazy things. And if they do, then they are more powerful than the Hell Lords. And the Panlords as well. Like the random Panlords, if you get a strong one, it is like the scariest thing in the game. Like one with Silence, Firestorm, Damnation, Torment, Haste, and it's already faster than you. Like if you get one of those, you're really really lucky if you survive that, or like you have like very short of a window to do things that would prevent you from dying to one of those guys. Problem with Pandora's is you just don't know what you'll get. Yeah, when it comes to the random ones, you really don't know what is up with them. Hmm. Alrighty, beautiful, easy peasy. Such is the joy of having 26 evasion. Yeah, but in reality, what actually got me to kill this without a lot of problems is, of course, my Gargantuan 60 armor class. I don't have resistance to corrosion, and I knew that I didn't have it, and I still chose not to get it because I didn't think it was gonna be a necessity or a problem that I didn't have it, and yeah, it was not a problem. Wow, 2 scrolls of blinking. Okay, so we're gonna get some really nice loot from finishing this place. Potentially better loot than what I got from Bolts 5. Manual of Shapeshifting, we are not going to make use of that. Slimy Rune of Sot. Probably could have gotten the gem if I had rushed, but to be perfectly fair, Dissolution was also a bit of a prick deciding to spawn. There was no need for Dissolution to spawn since I've already killed Dissolution previously in the tournament. And I really wish I had two hands. So I could wear 5 resistance and 6 intelligence and also the Ring of the Hare. So yeah, LRDing rock slimes is a pretty good thing to do. LRD has definitely some nice usages at this point in the game. Bolts and slime are both places where LRD is shiny, where LRD shines brightly. Let's put it like that. You keep saying that, and Ru's gonna question your piety. Oh yeah, like the hand thing. I mean, I wish I had my hand, but I do not necessarily regret the sacrifice of the hand. Um, if I could have the hand and the mighty powers of Ru, then that would be fantastic. But of course, that is not the case. Well, that is slime, and now that we are done with slime, well, first things first, let's go back to having semi-reliable shatter at 9%. Find the finger necklace. Yep, that's definitely what I was thinking while I was saying that. Like, maybe I find the finger necklace here. Um, Especially since I saw an amulet. I didn't notice that it was just plain regen. I was like, maybe that could be the finger amulet, but no macabre finger for me this time. Or at least not yet. Not yet. Important to note that. Yeah. Though, what I would really like is an amulet of mana regen with, I don't know, some properties. Resistance to corrosion, cold resistance would be nice, like extra intelligence, extra strength, extra dexterity, like anything. Pretty much any random amulet of mana regen that I find is gonna be really cool. So that is a slime, and I have 4 runes now. 4 runes. Oh yeah, important thing to do. We're gonna drink mutation. We lose wild magic, and so we lose some damage. Like it is not a negligible amount of damage that we lost because of getting rid of wild magic, but I do not really mind because we also gain a lot of success rate. Like we can kind of try to cast Ignition now, and Shatter becomes a lot more consistent. I think that is an okay trade-off, but we are gonna keep going because I have minus regen, minus potion, fire resistance. Should I just call it there when it comes to mutation? I feel like maybe I should because we're gonna go to Menolex level and I'm gonna get mutated there. So I might as well save them for when I get mutated again instead of just trying to get rid of the bad mutations that I have right now, which are not really that impactful. I guess this is annoying. I would prefer not to have this, but since I'm not using regen, this is not really a problem. And I'm not really using potions for healing anyway. I am using draw out power if I really need to heal because a single turn of worth of healing when it comes to a single turn's worth of healing, draw out power is king. It heals you way more than you would heal with heal wounds. It kind of heals you like what you would heal from 2 heal wounds actually on a good roll. Um, so yeah, are we done with the vestibule? Let me check real quick if we're done with the vestibule. Yeah, we are. What does the Horn of Herion do? Does it summon sin beasts now? Power to call forth demonic beasts. With high evocations, it will call greater number of beasts with lower chances of those beasts being hostile. And it is an experience evocable. Mm. This thing used to summon hell beasts. Okay, Pandemonium. One-way gate leading to the halls of Pandemonium, which was in that bolt that I didn't complete until just recently. Will I eventually just get the mutations to resist mutation and not have to worry about it as much? That's a kind of thing that would be done by someone doing like a Mega Sig run, which is an almost infinite run, and like I don't like those. I've only ever tried it once, and I quit at like 9 or 11 cigarettes. I don't remember exactly how many I did, but I didn't find it fun at all. Seems like it would happen eventually when drinking all these potions. I mean, yeah, but like in order to do that, you need a big pile of potions. I have five. I have five. It's not gonna happen with five. Oh, rendered boots. Pandemonium being very generous with rendered boots immediately. Um, yeah, Pandemonium is the land of the demons, so you're gonna see a lot of demons, including some demons that think they are greater demons, but they're in reality just executioners. Um, and they die to a single shatter. Like this guy flies, and it's not even a one; it's a two, and it's still more dangerous than the executioner just because it happens to have flying. Oof, minus telly is not good at all. My boots are really okay. Like fire and cold resistance boots are hard to pass, even if I cannot enchant them. Infinite sounds like it would get pretty boring. Yeah, but people like it. For some reason, people enjoy the idea and the execution of Mega Six. Yeah, it is effectively infinite, doing infinite cigarettes. Hmm. Oh, come on, get out of the way. No, Hellfire Mortar, why does it have to be this way? It doesn't have to be this way. Man, I wish I had um a god that gave you mana back. Like, a Behemoth or the Shining One. Doing this with Rue as a mage. Well, I have melee. Yeah, I have melee. I guess that I'm just gonna wield my Evening Star and poke things with it. There we go. Yeah, I was overcomplicating things for myself by not doing this from the very beginning. Also, maybe I should have waited on my Scrolls of Enchant weapon to enchant this Demon Whip of Elec. Um, but I already enchanted the Evening Star. It's fine. I guess that I can wield the Evening Star and just hit things with it, unless I find something that's truly worth my attention, at which point I should switch to the staff and cast the spells. Do you fly? Oh, it does fly. That's a shame. Well, we do that. A powerful Pandemonium Lord resides here. It guards the demonic rune of Sot. Funny thing, the demonic rune of Sot spawns infinitely until you pick it up. So if you see a Panlord, like a particularly nasty bolt, and you're like, I don't want to do that, that's messed up, you can skip it and just keep going, and there's a good chance that you'll find it again. It may not be announced, only specific ones, like I think this looks like Hellion Island. And yeah, it is Hellion Island. What is Hellion Island? It is a bolt that can kill you in one turn, especially if you have only 193 HP. The counter to this is Imbis, because the Hellions don't see Imbis, as far as I remember. But unfortunately, I do not have that. Yes, it doesn't say anything about seeing invisible here. Nope. So this is gonna be rough. I can do it, but I gotta be super duper careful. Um, oh, the Helium got paralyzed with retaliatory Ru damage. That is neat. Aronietav. Ronietav. Okay, well, let's see what Ronietav does. Armored green body and a great mass of hair. It is somehow always in shadow. Mm, big armor class. Gargantuan armor class, in fact. It is fast. Doesn't seem to fly. Does have summon greater demon and abjuration. Um, that is a lot of armor class. Fortunately, I have a spell that ignores armor class. Otherwise, this could be really annoying. And fortunately, as well, that guy doesn't fly. And yeah, that is a lot of Hellions that we have on the screen. 4 is about 4 more Hellions that you would like to see in any given circumstance. All right, we killed one, but yeah, like we can kill that. It's going to take a while, and this place has a funny thing compared to other places in the game, which is that monsters never stop spawning in Pandemonium, so you will always be attacked by infinite amounts of monsters. Does this place have a soft clock? Oh, it does have a soft clock, so it is made in such a way that you cannot really scum it, even though it kinda has infinite experience. Guy has magic drain. Something gnaws heavily on your minds. Brain bite. It's a small amount of visible enemy's mind and a proportion of their magic. No direct line of fire required. If the enemy has near emptied magic reserves, they will take double damage. So they don't drain your intelligence now. That is kind of annoying. Except not really, because I think losing mana is probably a little bit more interesting or dangerous for the player than losing intelligence. Did I kill the Panlord? No, no, no. The Panlord is still pretty hurt. A Sin Beast and a Hellion come into view. Did I kill the Panlord? I don't know. I still do not know. Yep. I have to do this way because if I get close, like if I see a Hellion and I walk forward, I am like I'm throwing the game effectively. Like I'm quitting if I do that kind of thing. We cannot get hit by, or like we cannot really have more than one in line of sight. There I have two, but I knew I was gonna be okay. How are you at full HP? Man. Okay, the Fiend does fly, I am almost certain. So that's gonna be slightly annoying. But it's at the edge of line of sight, so I will be able to reposition before the Fiend yeah, gets to me. I can set up so I can kill it with Permafrost. Permafrost is a really, really strong spell. Okay, Pandemonium decided to throw in a bunch of enemies at the same time. So killing this Panlord might take a while. I need to throw a whole bunch of damage at it at the same time, which I haven't really been able to do thanks to all the Hellions. Because I see a Hellion and I reposition so that the Hellion doesn't kill me, right? I could also port the rune. It is right there. Do I have a port? I do. I do know of a port. Let's try this. You have no way to deal with that. Man, I one-shot a fiend with that? That's crazy. Oh, wait. That is a real Hell Sentinel. That is not one summoned here. It's pretty unfortunate thing to see, because, yeah, those guys are scary. Okay, we killed Ronietov. Now I wish I had a little bit of mana. This is a situation where not having mana could be problematic. This guy is almost dead, but it has such large amounts of armor class that um, things might be problematic before I can kill it. Hmm. How much does it cost permafrost? It's a level 6, so it costs 6 mana, and I'm at 4. Didn't kill the sentinel. Unlucky roll. I have to finish it off with melee, which I fortunately am capable of doing. Shouts to my fully enchanted Evening Star of Protection. Another Hell Sentinel. Hold on. I insist I can kill them, but I need to be prepared to fight it. Hell Sentinels are not brittle, so they don't take extra damage, but they do not fly either. There, there's not a lot of fiends that do not fly. Like greater fiends, the greater demons, the ones pretty much. Are there any new ones? I think I checked the other day. No, Ignacio, Hell Sentinels, Itzimitl, the Fiends, and Executioners. I should just get out. Once you have acquired the rune, there's really not a lot else to see in this place. As I have already said, you can theoretically farm it, because it is kind of infinite, but there's no reason to really do that. Especially on a level that has Hell Sentinels as part of its monster pool. And now that I have the demonic rune, there's no reason for me to explore anything else. I'm just searching for the other runes. Back in the day, Menolex's level was, or like in general, Panlord levels were not announced. If I had seen this kinda level, back in the day, I would have explored it, like way, way, way back in the day, um, because this kind of looks like it could be Menolex level, but it is not. Demon Spawn Soul Scholar. This one hits not that hard. Bolt of Draining, Dispel Undead, and Sign of Ruin. Inflicts a Sign of Ruin upon a group of enemies, condemning their bodies to inexorable decay and collapse. Whenever anything bearing this sign receives damage from melee attack, they will suffer heavy draining and may additionally become either slow, weak, or blind. That sounds pretty nasty. And also that is new. Um, doesn't last for very long, fortunately. Okay, we have 16 maces. Now, I guess we can get ignition because I would rather have that as an option sooner rather than later. Also, we have 19.4 ice magic. Maybe we could also pick up polar vortex. 75% chance to fail. Losing wild magic made it a lot more likely that I can succeed at casting those things. Um, Aha, the air here is shimmering with an eerie glow. The mighty Pandemonium Lord Menolech resides here. Menolech guards the glowing rune of Sot. Now what do we have here? A weirdly glowing figure dancing through the twisted air of Pandemonium. 421 HP, more or less. Immune to hexes. Not so big armor class, but big evasion. Menelek does not seem to fly, so we can go for shattering. And Menelek has Malign Gateway, summon horrible things, dig, summon eyeballs, Call of Chaos, and Abjuration. And Call of Chaos That is not Call of Chaos. Call of Chaos calls upon the powers of Chaos to empower nearby allies, granting them haste, might, agility, or improved resistances. The chaotic magic may occasionally backfire and cause allies to instead lose their willpower or be berserk, polymorphed, or filled with inner flame. Um, yeah, pretty scary thing to be in the receiving end of. If I had more magic mapping, I would use it here because I know that I'm in the bolt, but the bolt for Menoleg is pretty large. Um, except I doomed the witty so suckled flirt kill. I take it that I am close to Menoleg. Oh wow, there's Protean progenitors here. That could be indeed a little bit of a problem. Hello, Cillian. You arrived to see me fight the first of four mighty Pandemonium Lords that always generating in any given game. This is stream starting hard. Anything happened after resuming? I killed Herion in the Vestibule of Hell. I got the demonic rune of Sot from Hellion Island, and now I am fighting Menolech. Those are the things that have happened since the start of the stream. I have been going at this pretty slowly. Yeah, I teleported away because I knew that I didn't have the gas to kill all of that. Um, if I had not spawned so close to Menolech, it would have been a bit of a different thing. A rat roach, a berserking rat roach. Well, meet Brom. Man, I love this spell. Oh wow, the rat roach happens to be pretty good at killing Brom because it is effectively berserk. We haven't gotten any new bad mutations. The minus region 1 really makes me nervous. Gotta get rid of it at some point. Tormentors don't fly, right? No, they don't. Um, this is a change from like a few months after I started playing the game, but Tormentors didn't used to be greater demons. They used to be threes, and so imagine the following situation: you're an orc, and an orc sorcerer casts summon demon. Nowadays, the most messed up thing that you would be fighting against would be a sun demon or something, a 650. If back in the days, you would be fighting a couple of tormentors because they could summon tormentors. It was crazy. It was many, many, many years ago. As I said, I started playing in 0.8. The game was something else back in the day. So many shadow demons. Is that the new thing in Menolex's level? Shadow demons? 'Cause, yeah, that is a lot of shadow demons. Also, shadow demons in a level where shadow demons are part of the base monster like pool means that shadow demons are gonna summon more shadow demons. That can summon more shadow demons, just like what you were seeing there. I lost 2 intelligence. A little bit annoying. Nothing that really makes me feel like I should drink a potion of mutation immediately. Cacodemons fly. Yeah, of course they do. I decided to pick up melee as well because there's some situations, and there will be more and more of those situations where when I am just fighting popcorn that is not really capable of killing me, so I'm not in any hurry to burst it down. And in those situations, I need to preserve my mana just in case there's more enemies coming at me. So I picked up an Evening Star. If they made Cacodemons not fly, that would be a crime. Yeah, especially like knowing what Cacodemons are like, right? Um, from like Doom. Do you know if Cacodemons originated from Doom? Because I don't. I don't know if there were Cacodemons before those from Doom. Mm, that was not really letting me rest to full HP as I would like to. Or well, not really full HP, but full mana. Full HP is not really that important until I'm fighting Menolech. Unfortunately, Pandemonium Infinite Monsters means, oh wow, this is a Berserking Hydra, I should respect it. Even with 60 armor class, it can still get in a nasty surprise or two, if I try to tab it. The word Cacodemon existed before Doom, it must be something, but you don't know. I wish Kroll used the Doom Cacodemons, like straight up the same thing. Would be nice. Because look at them. It doesn't look like a Doom Cacodemon at all. It has a bunch of body that Doom Cacodemons don't have. Hideously ugly demon of rage and legendary power. And yeah, they're kind of scary, Cacodemons. The scariest thing that they can do is the Bolt of Devastation, which does physical damage, 3 dice of 20. It's a beam. They have Vitrify, Malmutate, and Dig as well. Vitrify is new for these guys, but yeah, pretty scary. It looks like an imp, but jello. Cacodemon really just means evil demon when demon used to mean a neutral spirit. Oh, that was way back in the day. Okay, let's see if I can rest to full mana. Okay, now, ideally, I will be strong enough to fight Menolech. Yeah, that's Menolech. Um, Imps and Panlords taunt you like that, and there's not a lot of imps in Pandemonium. Not gonna go in there to take cover from the Shadow Demon. Okay. Once again, we are at not the ideal amount of HP or like mana. That's my favorite line from imps. Aren't they randomly generated? The lines from imps. Go home and return not. I have never heard it. But some of my favorite lines of monsters in the game are like the ones that you get when you're a Beog worshipper. Um, or well, like the ones that you used to get. I don't know um what is up with that anymore nowadays, since the Beog rework. Repeat lines at least, then maybe they do. I have never really paid a lot of attention to the lines that imps specifically say. Yep, we are not killing Menolech, but I want to kill Menolech for tournament purposes. If we're struggling with Menolech, the Future Panlords could be a little bit of a problem. Because Menolech is the least dangerous one, more often than not. Cerebov is pretty hard, Glork's block is pretty hard, and Lomlobon is also pretty hard. Menolegi is the one that has like the least kill capacity on you, I guess. But in absence of that, it can also hurt you in different ways with all the malmutation that happens in his level. Getting Menoleg as the last one is definitely quite a boon, and the opposite for when you get it as your first one. I have two options. I can try Brilliance and Shatter spamming, or I can try not Brilliance, Shatter spamming, and then draw out power Shatter spamming. The third option is finishing with Apoc instead of one last Shatter, but I feel like we should maybe not do that. Though Apoc does deal some pretty massive damage. Yeah, let's give this a try. I'm gonna Shatter as much as I can and then um, go for the draw out power, but there was no necessity. 5 shatters was enough to kill Menolech. Now let me rest off my stuff. We have -4 intelligence. Was that Evening Star just the best weapon you got, or is there a particular reason? Best weapon I got. These guys have an okay aptitude for maces, and I knew that I had an Evening Star. It was not hard to enchant it to +9 because it was already enchanted. It was unbranded, but I branded it. I got protection. I hope to rebrand it further. Now I have 6 runes. 6 out of 15. 9 more to go. These levels sometimes have some potions of mutation. Um, at least I have one. I don't think there's gonna be much more than that. And now we go to the next one. Yeah, yeah, 15 runes because I figured that I figured that this character can do it, and if it can do it, and I'm in the tournament, I might as well do it. Also, like this is the final week of the tournament. The tournament ends on Friday at 2 p.m. I think, 2 p.m. for me. So I might start stream. Like I might do an early stream on Friday, so I get to play a little bit more of the tournament at the end. Depends on how burnt I'm on Crawl by the end of this week. And so far I'm okay. So far, yeah, it could have been much worse. Um, Pretty good. Hellfire Mortar is definitely a spell that can kill an Ice Fiend. Once again, we already have the Demonic Rune, and by extension, I don't need to mess with any Panlord bolts. Especially if they look like they have something super nasty in them. Hmm. Hmm. I could shatter and just make my way in there. Grab the loot. Yeah. I mean, shatter does let you do that kind of thing, so might as well. Uh-oh. The monsters that were guarding that are coming right at me. That could be a problem because I see a Nice Fiend and a Hellion. Oh, the Hellion doesn't die from Everfrost. That's a shame. Now the Ice Fiend is at the edge of line of sight. It's not hasted. Okay, yeah. The monsters from that bolt are now out. I'm gonna teleport away from this one. Better play it safe. Unless Scroll says no. Yeah, because that kind of thing does happen every now and then. Here's the thing about fiends. They are tanky and they are pretty damaging even in melee, so I do not really feel like tabbing them. I don't have wands. Digging here could be really, really nice, but we don't have access to those things. Uh, is that guy like immune to fire or something? It is immune to fire, but it should still be hit by that guy. Why? Yeah, it should be hit by that guy since Bolt of Magma does, yeah, half of its damage bypasses fire resistance because it is physical and fire. Draw out power because we need the heal. Yep, kind of unfortunate that these guys have been hitting me as hard as they have with my 60 armor class, but it's fine because we're still alive. Ideally, that would have gotten rid of all the guys that were guarding my loot. I didn't even check the loot beforehand, and maybe I should have done that to determine if it was actually worth it to do this or not. It's a pretty okay ring, but it's not what we need. Not what we need with this character. Same goes for this ring. Okay, yep, it was not worth it. The thing is that the rings were unidentified, so maybe it could have been worth it. If you ever see this bolt, don't go in because, yeah, this bolt is pretty nasty. Taunts you with the loot, and it just teleports you into a bunch of enemies. And then if you happen to be able to kill them and survive the sot traps, you actually get the loot. So at least you do end up getting something eventually if you don't die. Impressive how many times I can be in a scary position and around and still not die because it seems like I should just not be able to get away with that. Nah, it's a matter of like seeing things as they happen. Like for example, versus these guys right now, where I was rather low on HP, I knew that the demon spawns that I was fighting were not really capable of um, blowing me up like something like a guy with crystal spear. If I was in the amount of like if I was at that HP versus a guy with crystal spear, I would have been a lot more nervous. Um, Not me specifically. Yeah, you mean you, the player character. I understand, but it still applies. Like it is a lot of knowing the game, knowing what are the things that could kill you, and how you avoid being killed by said things. Like what you have to do to survive certain situations that the game will often put you in. You do that long enough, you learn it long enough, and it really does seem like you're getting away with surviving situations where you shouldn't be getting away. But yeah, it is a lot of risk analysis. This game. Um, Unfortunately, it's not as set in stone as it would be with, for example, Rift Wizard, which I really like. In Rift Wizard, you can almost always tell the result of the next turn, and because of that, you can almost always avoid death. Um, I would even go as far as to say that every time if you die in Rift Wizard, it is your fault in one way or another because of how free the game is. In Crawl, you could say it is your fault because you are in a position where you could die the next action, but sometimes the chances of you dying in the next action are astronomically low. Like let's say that I have 100 HP. Let's say that I with this character I have 100 HP and I'm fighting an ancient lich, right? And an ancient lich happens to be able to deal 3 dice of 48 with Crystal Spear. You cannot see it in tiles or in console. Let me hide my console for a second. And there it is, 3 dice of 48. So this character with 100 HP is fighting one of those guys. Would you be like, oh, I am going to die next turn because I'm fighting a Lich with 100 HP with a character with 60 armor class? No, you wouldn't be like that because that's crazy. Because if you keep playing around the extremely small chance to die when it like really it's so small that it shouldn't happen, you're gonna run out of resources and you're gonna die to a situation where you would be able to survive if you had those resources. So sometimes the game, well, not sometimes. Like it is astronomically unlikely for something like this to happen, but it can happen. That a leech just goes for a crystal spear and it hits me for 100 damage with this character. I think it already happened that I got hit for like 80 or so yesterday, or like not yesterday, but like the last time I streamed. Um, so it can happen. The thing is having it not happen when it counts, when it would kill you. You kind of like how in Crawl everything is so fuzzy that you cannot calculate many turns ahead, so you don't need to. Mm, I mean, you do not calculate that many turns ahead. You are correct, but you do have to calculate a little bit turns ahead. It is important to do so because otherwise you're just gonna die. Doesn't fly, big armor class, big willpower, no fire resistance. Cubic structure in place of a head. Neat. Maybe you should have gone for Apoc. How hard does this guy hit? 57. Better blink away from that. The monsters know where I am. You can tell because the Kaka demon was like digging in my direction. So enemy is being told like the Panlord in Taos is uncanny. The Panlords specifically are the ones that are tall. I think also um the fixed Panlords as well are tall. Also the Real Jelly Tiamat might also be tall. Yeah, I think Tiamat is 2 tiles tall. Which, by the way, that's something that I do not like about tiles because I feel like it is a little bit like it obscures um, visibility a little bit. And yeah, like I just prefer the way that console does it pretty much. Guy greets me with Damnation for 23. Damnation is scary because it really doesn't care about your armor class or your evasion. Only cares about whether your HP is above 0. If it is not, well, you know what happens. You earn a one-way trip to the character selection the character selection screen. That was rough. I cast Permafrost. Like I'm not used to it not being full screen range. Maybe with Behemoth it would be full screen range. I don't want it to melee me because I have Sigil of Ruin. I don't want to take heavy drain. I think it's pretty interesting that there is a status effect in this game now that does something like that. I knew I shouldn't have. Yeah, I decided to go for the Stone Arrow, and of course the Stone Arrow missed. The Seal of Ruin forms upon you. Oh, wow, another demon spawn. That could be a problem. But I can jump past it. But jumping past it doesn't really achieve a lot. Oof, ouch. Oh wow, it really does slow you and drain you whenever you get hit while you have sigil, sign of ruin. Heavy draining and may additionally become either slow, weak, or blind. Oof, really rough. Did you fly? Okay. One of the worst things about Shatter is having to check if enemies fly, like if you don't know. Oh, I have minus cast. Did I get sap? I did get sap at some point. Well, I would melee you. I feel like I can probably kill this guy with melee if I didn't have ruin as well. Man, my magic is tainted forever. I wonder how long that lasts for. Um, my magic might be tainted, but I can apoc, you know, I can apoc. I can also power leap. Oh, fiend, danger. Somehow it didn't notice me. Yeah, okay, we have killed that guy. We can kill this guy with the evening star, no problem. We're just searching for the portal to the next level because we are only searching for the runes. We already have the demonic one, so there's no need for me to be here. Does take some of the mental load off, like in chess you have to think in graphs. You do have to think in graphs so far ahead you don't enjoy it so much. I have never really gotten into like chess as it is nowadays. Like studying openings and that kind of thing. Nah, it's really not my thing. I do like the deterministic aspect of chess, but I don't like that you can see so far ahead in chess. Um, I like being able to tell what's gonna happen based on what I can currently see, but I don't really like it when I can see everything, I guess. And Rift Wizard is kinda like that. Like maybe that's why I like Rift Wizard so much. Um, every level is a new puzzle to be solved. I feel like there might be a lot of overlap between people who like chess and people who like Rift Wizard because of that kind of thing. I hadn't really thought about it, but chess is like Rift Wizard is kind of chess puzzles, but with different rules. um, very similar to chess puzzles, but different in its own special, refreshing way. You like chess except for its PvP, so you like chess puzzles as well. Um, oh yeah, this is the Panlord guy. Let's give this shattering a try. That's 4 shatters, 5 shatters. So this guy already took more shatters than Oleg. Yep. Okay, that was like 7 shatters. Oh, but I was not wielding the staff. Man, I keep forgetting to wield the staff since I picked up this Evening Star, but it is a necessity. It is unfortunately a necessity. That's really the only way to put it. Um, the Balrog dies. Close to the shatter. Okay, we killed the Tormentor, which is what I really wanted to kill. It's in Metal again. The Timime are not as scary with this character. Like, I'm gonna try tabbing it. Yeah, okay, we're fine. Few things that you cannot kill with a Mindele +9 Evening Star, even if it doesn't have a brand. Okay. You know what? I think that it is a pretty good indicator of this character. Like a pretty good point in favor of this character is what I'm trying to say. That I'm killing entourages of panlords without that much problem. Like we're killing them. It's costing me to like draw out power or sometimes sapok, but we're killing them. It is problematic when a character needs to rely on consumables or straight up cannot kill the panlords and their entourages. Um, Into the Breach in particular is such a similar to chess puzzle roguelike, by the way. I have played Into the Breach. I enjoyed it. For some reason, like I have also played Slade, not Slade Aspire, FDL, but I enjoy them, but I don't really feel like playing that much of them. You know how in FTL when you beat it, you can unlock ships and stuff like that, and same goes for Into the Breach. Like I unlock those things, but I don't really feel like playing with those things. Um, but I have beaten both games. I don't know what it is that makes me not want to play those things. Um, the games not bad. The games are not bad. Oh, this guy's immune to cold. Maybe I should stop hitting it with with permafrost. Mighty Pandemonium Lord Lomlobon resides here, and Lom guards the magical Rune of Sot. Lomlobon is a very, very scary foe. Lomlobon, Demon Lord of Forbidden Knowledge. Stoic and inscrutable, Lomlobon is an ancient demon famous for their mastery of magic. Rumored to be the most learned being in the halls of Pandemonium, they are at times sought out by mortal wizards who offer their souls in exchange for the secrets of the arcane. Lacking the terrible wrath present in most demons, Lomlobon's single eye instead hides a cold, impartial cruelty. And what makes Lomlobon so scary? Well, Lomlobon has Polar Vortex. Lomlobon also has Glaciate, which is what the game used to have before Polar Vortex. The player used to be able to cast this spell. Um, Both of them are level 9s, and they do big, big damage. Polar Vortex does 12 dice of 15 across its duration, I take it, and Glaciate does 10 dice of 13. Um, Major healing as well is a big part of what makes this fight so complicated. It means like if Lomlobon can be like having an even fight with you, and then you can get unlucky. Lom blinks away, then Major heals, and you have to do the same thing because you there's at that point you're not gonna be able to beat Lomlobon. Um, so this fight can be super rough. CBL. Um, I feel like most characters that get to this point are not really afraid of 3 times 3 dice of 25 ball lightning. Yeah, pretty dangerous fight, difficult fight. Um, Into the Breach is hard for you to learn to beat on any difficulty above normal. You have beaten it on hard once but forgotten. But no way with impossible. Impossible difficulty. I don't think that I have that one, but like it's been a while since I have touched that game. Finding some mutation potions. Very nice thing because we do need mutation potions for the future. Somehow we came out of Lomlobon's level mostly unscathed in the mutation department. Like we even got some good mutations at some point, the fire resistance and the passive mapping. But I feel like the -4 intelligence and minus regen are annoying enough that I want to drink mutation. I'll do it after I get out of Pandemonium because I might still get malmutated further. Um, of course, I'll do it. I'll drink potions if I get like Berserkitis or something that is potentially deadly enough that I just don't want to have it. But until then, I'll save them for when that happens or when I get out. Okay. Crystal means LRD, and so we LRD those guys. Glowing orange brain. Mid ignition. I miscast ignition. Delightful. Did I get a second miscast of ignition? What is up with the game miscasting 9% so thoroughly? Why is it happening as much as it's happening? Is that third miscast of ignition? Wow, like it's a 9%. It's a 9%. Like, come on. 3 times in a row. That is so insulting to me. Well, draw out power and try and okay, it took me 4 tries, but we finally get a successful cast of ignition. Unfortunately, there's just too many things now, and I have too little mana, so hmm, hmm, hmm. These guys have legendary destruction, which yeah, it's a little bit scary. Here's to explosive magical effects in instant succession. The effects can be any mix of Fireball, Ice Blast, and Ghostly Fireball. Ice Blast is the effect that really hurts me. Um, the sequence of moves that lets you solve every problem, optimize how many kills you do at once. Yeah, I do feel like sometimes in Into the Breach, there are situations where you cannot say you cannot get like a perfect result. But I guess that's part of the game. Like that's how the game is designed. While picking on Ace, Cat Summoner Guide, you read that Glaciate is a spell you should be extremely concerned about during the Orb Run. You cannot dodge that. It slows you. It does a ton of damage. Yeah, there's plenty of spells to be concerned about during the Orb Run, but Glaciate is probably among the nastiest ones. I have 16 blinks. I feel like this is a situation that merits the use of one of them. All right, this is a pretty good spot. I was thinking of what I was going to do, like if I wanted to, for example, drink a potion of ambrosia, but now we're fine. Yeah, because very few monsters fly in this place that is full of deep water, so I can just take advantage of being a gargoyle and chill here. LRD monsters with crystal, so they take crazy damage. Yeah, okay, good stuff. So nice to actually have blinks with non-Jiva. Not like Jiva particularly gives you blinks, but yeah, because I am not a worshiper of Jiva, I do have a nice stack of blinks. But most importantly, it's not because of that alone, because that's a very specific thing. It's more because the character was strong enough that for the entirety of the game, I have blinked like 2 or 3 times. Um, so I just have all the available blinks that the game has generated at my disposal for extended, which is really 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 convenient. Um, Not that we need all the blinkings for extended anyway, but it is a nice bonus to have on a strong character. Unfortunately, it is a mage and it is taking me forever to do this. We're at 9 hours already. Probably one of my slowest extended clears of recent times. But that's just because I'm a mage, not a melee character. Okay, we're getting pretty close to Lomlobon. Lom should be somewhere in there. Yeah. Surely you don't copy. Yeah, don't copy Lomlobon, because if that guy copies Lomlobon, I'm gonna die. So the idea here is killing the Rakshasa, probably resetting the fight, and then or should I even reset the fight? I feel like this is going okay. Haste. Brilliance, you're worth brilliance. Okay, goes for the Polar Vortex. Only thing, Polar Vortex will make me face through the wall, so I might be stuck on this side, which would be funny. Lum flies during polar vortex, so we are not capable of shattering here, but we can LRD for a pretty minimal cost in mana since we have brilliance. And yeah, LRD is getting the job done. Look at that. That was a fast kill of Lomlobon. I barely took any damage. Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's no more Lomlobon for that to deal damage to me. That was really good. One of the greatest Lom fights that I've had ever, most likely. Okay, so now we have to kill not Menelech. We have to kill Cerebov and Glork's block. For most characters that do not have some kind of torment resistance, torment immunity, Glork's block is really nasty. Extended looks like a rune rush. He just died like that. Yeah, my LRD deals 3 dice of 29, and I think it's more than that actually. It says max 3 dice of 44. Probably it was taking 3 dice of 44 um, from the LRDs because I was using Crystal, and with Crystal the monsters just take more damage. Okay, and we immediately get set above. That's nice. That means that I only have to search for Glork's block now. Sun mods in this place. That's new. Guess it's been a while since I've done extended. And yeah, extended is pretty much a rune rush. It's not like the normal game where you just explore a lot and go to many different places. You just are here for the runes and you get out. Like if you want to, you can fully clear and explore, but there's no reason to do that. Often, when you get to this point, when you're doing extended, you're already strong enough that you don't really even care about the experience. The experience is nice, but almost always you don't really need it. Undying Armory here is a little bit of a problem. How did we kill it last time? Did I Brom it? Did I kill it with Brom? I mean, it is taking some. Oh no, I remember now. I killed it with Permafrost. Permafrost is gonna be a good spell here. You were kind of expecting worse, like Orbs of Fire everywhere or something. No, fortunately, that is unique to Sot. It's not Orbs of Fire everywhere. It is, however, Tormentors and Damnation Shooters everywhere, which are potentially worse than Orbs of Fire everywhere. Like in an offensive way. Because Damnation ignores armor class and ignores evasion. Just cares about your HP, and that really hurts. And Torment also ignores your armor class and just halves your HP. Part of the reason why I decided to go to extended is because I'm a Gargoyle, and Gargoyles get innate Torment resistance. They just take less damage when they get tormented, which is a big deal. They like the Torment resistance is huge, and you're gonna see it a lot in Tomb. What about Branch with both Tormentors and Orbs of Fire? Only thought is that with Cursed those Cursed are the Tormentors. The Red Leeches can summon things that torment you as well, but that is not really that much of an issue. Like the thing is that if you're fighting monsters that can torment you and monsters that can use Damnation or Smite on you, you need to be very careful because that combo kills everything. Literally everything in the game can die to that very fast. So yeah, you gotta be very careful. Okay. I should have been wielding the staff for that one. But yeah, draw out power kind of saved the day there. So many monsters. Give me a break. Need to rest to full mana and full HP as well. This is popcorn, by the way. It's a good thing that I can kill the Panlord bands, but it is not a good thing that I am running out of juice while fighting popcorn. I hope that those armory things are not abundant in the Iron City of this. Yeah, they're probably going to be like they seem like a monster made precisely for the Iron City of this that somehow found its way into Bolt 5. Of all the Panlord levels, Cerebov is the only one that tends to have loot. Okay, let me see this Demon Spawn Warmongers. Okay, the Warmongers don't have any special resistances. They do have Sap Magic, which is really, really scary. I wanna Shatter, except not really, because that's just gonna pull Cerebov over here, and I don't think we can deal with that just yet. Mana issue seems like a big problem late game. Well, keep in mind I'm an Earth Mage, and like the spells that I have are not particularly mana efficient. So, and I also have very little in the way of mana regain. I have draw out power, I have my amulet, and that's it. If I was a worshipper of the Shining One, Sif Muna, or Behumet, I would really not be having mana problems, even with as mana hungry as my build is. Well, with 15 rune run, how much percentage of the time is taken by the normal part? Depends on the power of your character. And like if it's a melee character or a mage, I have done 15 rune runs in 5 hours with strong melee characters, worshippers of the Shining One. But as a mage, well, it took me about 8 hours to get to the point where I was starting extended, and now we are at 9 hours and 18 minutes, and we are almost done with Pandemonium, to be perfectly fair. But we still have to do Hell, and we still have to do Tomb. So yeah, that we shall see how it goes. So many demon spawn warmongers. I think that the monster tables have generally been buffed for extended. I don't remember this place having so many demon spawn warmongers. But yeah, might as well just stab them. Seems like the correct thing to do. Oh, look at that. Guardian Spirit and Cold Resistance. Wait a second. I got excited, but no, we don't need Guardian Spirit. Guardian Spirit is actually a terrible thing to have with my character. Brimstone Fiend. Are you sure you're not one of Cerebov's bodyguards? Because those don't generally spawn here. There's a lot of Balrogs, but there's no Brimstone Fiends and no Hellions. Just Balrogs and some demons, which fortunately can be killed quite easily by casting Fridge. I'm actually gonna train this to 23, and then we can get 26.9 Ice Magic. What I want is being able to learn Polar Vortex and then train for Polar Vortex. We might have it by Jenna. Like that spell would be a nice complement to what I'm doing. Yeah, we have the burst damage in the form of Shatter, and we have the sustained damage in the form of Polar Vortex. It can be kinda non-boss super hard because Polar Vortex makes them fly, and so Shatter deals less damage. But it might be like I could do one or the other, not necessarily the two of them at the same time. I have I have permafrost if I want to do something. If I want to do some damage while I am using polar vortex. Yeah. In this situation, I need to be super, super careful not to die. Like we have everything that I need to win. I feel, and it's just a matter of piloting the run to the point where I actually win, right? Um, so no unnecessary risks need to be taken. Including as an unnecessary risk also playing if I feel like I am exhausted. If I somehow don't finish the run, or like if I get exhausted before I can finish the run today, I'm just gonna pause it and like continue at a later point. I will not hesitate to do that because imagine having to start all over again. With like a 15 run as a mage. Like I wouldn't even be playing as a mage again. I think that for the rest of the tournament, I'm just gonna go for melee characters because mages just take too long. This is stream number 3, and I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to finish today. That's how long it's taken. We found some money, which barely does anything at this point in the game. There is a little something that it can do, but I'm not gonna spoil the surprise in case we do end up seeing it. Cerebov, Demon Lord of Fire and Steel, comes into view with the Sword of Cerebov. So, a violent and wrathful demon, Cerebov appears as a giant humanoid covered in shining golden armor and wielding a huge twisted sword. Twisted sword. Um, that's Iron Shot, which doesn't even deal that much damage. But the thing about Cerebov is that Cerebov has Firestorm. Um, just as your own Firestorm. 8 dice of 16 Firestorm. 651 HP, around 651, with 30 armor class. Yep, one of the tankiest things that exists in this game. It is very, very difficult to kill. Um, of course, Cerebov is immune to fire, but Cerebov will still take damage from Firestorm in case it is targeted in such a way that it hits Cerebov. Um, so yeah, you can expect this guy to also be pretty hard, but at least this guy doesn't blink away and heal to full HP like Glomlavon can do on a bad roll. That Doom Sword is looking better and better with guys like this. Exactly, that's exactly what I was thinking when I found it. I even said it. Like this is the kind of item that you would like to wield to hit Cerebov and Antaeus, and like in general any fixed Panlord or Hell Lord. So yeah, Fire summons demons of flame and damnation. I think he can summon Balrogs, Fiends, and Hellions. So it's pretty nasty. It's pretty nasty. Anyway, go around, close the door. Uh, Brilliance Haste. Yeah, Brilliance Haste. We need to better to over prepare than die because of under preparation. By the way, Serevov also hits pretty hard. Attack hit plus 6 Sword of Serevov, 83 plus 41 Flame. Also, his Sword of Flamberge has an effect that reduces 1 pip of willpower, or like not willpower, fire resistance, if it hits you for a bit. Like it's a debuff that it applies. A thing that you can also do if you use the weapon, which is pretty cool. The unfortunate thing is that the Sword of Serabov is always carried by this guy, and yeah, like at this point in the game, you're probably not gonna be using. It's a pretty okay weapon. It's a flamberge, which is like a great sword, but it does a little bit more damage. Um, but it's too late in the game to be like truly exciting. If you were to find it, like if it was possible to find it in the early game, then that would be really cool, but impossible. Okay, hits me for a 34 damage iron shot. I don't even know if permafrost is the correct thing to do here. Maybe instead of Permafrost, I should be going for Shatter. Let's continue using Permafrost because Permafrost does say that it ignores monster armor class. Set above goes for the haste. The shot hits you but does no damage. Good stuff. Firestorm. Not the first time that I fight Serabov in one of these rooms, by the way. I prefer fighting it here than fighting in the open and like having a monster just randomly walk up to me while I'm fighting Serabov. Serabov is almost dead. I'm going to go for the Shatter. Okay, I'm gonna go for the Blink and the Shatter again, or like not Shatter, but Permafrost. And wow, Permafrost has been doing stuff. Um, this is kind of remarkable how strong Permafrost has been versus these guys. The Flamberge, of course. We cannot use it because it's a two-hander. Base damage 18, base attack delay 1.7. This Flamberge falls into the long blades category. It's a two-handed weapon. It is too large for you to wield because I only have one hand. So yep, I'm killing these guys for purposes of the tournament. You can definitely just ninja your way through hell and pandemonium, but the tournament has a banner for killing uniques, so might as well because I'm not doing another extended run. You're so glad that spell is good even now. Absolutely your favorite spell. Expect it to be nerfed because this is crazy. Um, Oh, was I fighting Cerebov with the Evening Star? Maybe that's why it took so long to kill. Yeah, this thing saying the cold itself is brief but bitter, bypassing armor entirely. The the rock ignores armor class. The rock ignores evasion, and the cold ignores armor class and evasion. It is a pretty crazy spell. Definitely worthy of being level 6. But crazy, crazy powerful. You pick up the Fiery rune and feel its power. I now have 8 runes. We're only missing one here, which is the one from Glork's block. My current gloves are gloves of hurling. We can definitely upgrade into these gloves of dexterity. Hurling is a property that does extra damage when you throw stuff. Another manual of long blades. But yeah, we're not using long blades this time. Anyway, the point is that hurling doesn't do anything for me. I was wearing them because they were cool, but I got something that actually does a little bit for my character. The extra evasion that we could potentially get from training more dodging now that we have 13 dexterity is almost nothing, but it is better than literally nothing, which is what we had before. Also, it gives me one more point of armor class, which is also nice. You've had it at 100% power and you destroyed a Panlord on the way up. Yeah, but normal Panlords are like, they're kind of random. They're not really a good indicator of power level, because they are random, as I have already said. Sometimes they generate super weak and sometimes they generate really, really, really tanky to the point that it is ridiculous to expect to fight it during the orb run. Um, where is the exit? Okay, we found an exit. How do you even choose a spell to train for in your library when you aren't experienced with casters? You did not play enough Jin. Play more Jin. Play more Jin. So here's the thing. I say Jin. I say play Jin because Jin skips that for you. You play enough Jin, and you will be able to answer that on your own. After enough Jin, you will be like, oh, I found this spell that I played with before on one of my genes, and I loved it when I had this other spell, which I also have access to. So I'm just gonna use that synergy. That's why Jin is so good. It just teaches you how to play mages, and it removes that part. Like I think that Jin should be in the beginner level instead of intermediate, because it really is like the ultimate beginner um, background, like the ultimate beginner species for mages. It's like the Minotaur of mages, is what I would call Jin. Jin and Deep Elf should swap places. Deep Elf is not simple. Deep Elf is intermediate or hard, right? Um, Deep Elf is kind of hard. Ooh, nice. That was fast. I was expecting to go. It is simple. Okay, that's nice. Because yeah, if you're interested in magic and crawl, just play Jeans. I My personal recommendation is Jeans in the Acolyte. Jeans in the Acolyte is wonderful. It is fantastic. It is really really strong. Um, Jeans in the Acolyte. You get to level 2 by whatever means necessary, which shouldn't really be that hard, especially since you're starting with Ignis. Ignis makes it so that you win every fight in the early game. You just pop the fighty armor, and no D1 monster will be able to beat you. Perhaps not even a Null, which is crazy because Nulls are the king of D1. And then you get to level 2 and get Scorch, and then you just train Scorch and then train Magic. Um, so yeah, Glork's block. Let's see how this goes. Can I melee a Reaper? Surely I can. Surely I can just tap down a Reaper, no problem. Hmm, more demon spawn souls colors. These ones are annoying because they're immune to cold. Like that really is the only problem that I have with them. In my current character, them being immune to cold is quite annoying when I think that my best single target spell is Permafrost, which yeah, is crazy. Iron Shot pales in comparison. It pales hard compared to Permafrost. Um, what if not prior ginning? Oh man, it's so complicated. Like because once upon a time there was a crawl without Jin. But I feel like what you're asking me here is to use archaic technology to build a computer pretty much. Like how do you build a computer with sand? And I'm like, why would I use sand when there's like all these new things, like there's that you can just buy a processor now instead of using sand to make your own processor. um, so yeah, that's why I recommend Jin. But if you really don't want to play Jin, I guess you could play Mountain Dwarf Fire Elementalist, which is what I played before the tournament. Mountain Dwarf Fire Elementalist might be okay, though. That will almost certainly go better if you like just cast a few spells from the starting book, like Scorch, and then just hybridize or whatever's in the Acolyte, because Scorch is a great spell. So you just trying to get Scorch going, which is super cheap and pretty effective for quite a while, and then you just go with whatever you find off the floor. Yeah, give those a try. I guess Mountain Dwarf Fire Elementalist and Cinder Acolytes. But my personal recommendation, like what I feel like you should really do, is Jean Cinder Acolyte. That is gonna be the best in my opinion. Anyway, this guy, Zombie Hands, Iron Shot. More zombie. No, LRD. Okay, more zombie hands and iron shot. This place is crawling with executioners. Um, it is so weak of a greater demon that of all the panlords, of all the named panlords, the Glork's block is the only one that has ones in the level, and those ones are, of course, the weakest ones, which are the executioners. Doesn't mean that they cannot kill you, but they kind of cannot kill you if you have 62 armor class. Um, However, if you have like 20 or so, then the executioners get a little bit spooky. Um, yeah, you have to respect them when you know that you should respect them, but this character doesn't need to do that. Um, oh wow, curse the schools. Hold on, we're gonna need to wield the staff of earth for shatter spamming. And yeah, they're brittle and they don't fly, so they get absolutely nuked. Absolutely nuked. Beautiful. Gargoyle is nice because they cannot be flayed by the flayed ghosts. Like they just have such teeny tiny buffs, like secret perks to them. It is super convenient. Now we train for ice magic. Now when we have access to Polar Vortex, we will be able to learn it. We have the spell levels. Fortunately, the last level of Pan that I have to do has an exit through the Abyss, so I'm going to take that to get the rune, and then we can go do Tomb, which shouldn't be terribly hard since we have Shatter. Shatter is the best spell for Tomb. Um, Very few things there are a problem if you have Shatter. Also, I am pretty low on HP. I have not been resting properly. Elephant skeletons, lots of them, and they hit kind of hard. And yeah, I can tell that the monsters that are in Pandemonium have been buffed. I want permafrost in the quiver. I have decided that I want permafrost in the quiver. Okay, we have LRD, so might as well LRD the Skellies, especially since these Skellies are kind of messed up. So Caustic Shrikes and Helephant Skellies. I guess that the Skellies were yeah, Juggernaut Skelly. That's crazy. This place used to have really random weak skellies, but something happened in recent versions. I'm not sure if it was in this one. That made it so that now the skellies that generate here are real dangerous skellies. They're not just something you can shrug off. Even dragon skellies that tended to generate quite a lot here back in the day were like nothing compared to these juggernaut skellies. And Caustic Shrikes and Helephants. They hit really hard and they have a lot of HP, so they're pretty spooky. Okay, that's a lot of Soul Scholars. Um, so I'm just gonna switch to my staff and then do a little bit of this. And that alerted Glork's block and also all of the executioners. Yeah, this would be a great time to have some digging. Oof. Sigil of Ruin, or Symbol of Ruin, or whatever it's called, Sign of Ruin, I think it is. Combined with the Executioners are is a pretty scary combination. I don't really feel heavily drained, but yeah, this is not good. I'm trying to think if this is a situation where it's worth fighting or if I should um, delay away. What does blind even do? Let me see because that's new. But the way your target is, the more your accuracy is reduced. Okay. Sign of Ruin enfeebles you when you suffer attacks. Yes, yes. Of all the times to miscast Shatter, I'm gonna read a Telly. Let's just play it safe, safe, safe. As I have said already multiple times, there's no need to take any risks here. Um, and I'm playing extra safe because I know that if I don't play extra safe here, I'm going to get punished for it. Um, it is guaranteed to happen, and I won't have the patience to just start another character. And yeah, I could always just ninja the rune. That's uh, one of the most powerful things about Shatter. You have the ability to ninja runes. Um, you pick up the dark rune and feel its power. You've emptied out pandemonium. Nothing here, nothing left here but demons and loot off the floor, I guess, but demons. I want to kill Glork's block for obvious reasons. Haste. Now I'm gonna save the brilliances for hell because this guy has like 350. 350 HP. I feel like we can probably get away with killing this guy without brilliance. And it's 1 pip of cold resistance, low armor class, low evasion. It is the most fragile Panlord, but it is also the scariest one because Torment. Um, yeah, this guy really likes to spam Torment. Also summons XX. Um, the XX could be real problematic for a character that doesn't have 62 armor class. The Miasma Breath, really problematic for a character that is not a Gargoyle. Dispel Undead, real nasty for Undead, which are immune to Miasma and Torment. So I think that Gargoyles and Statue Form are the best thing that you can have for dealing with this guy. Um, yeah, if you are capable of training for Statue Form, do it if you plan to go here because it is great for this guy. Even if it makes you slow, it's a lot better than just getting tormented and miasma. And you're gonna get slowed anyway by the miasma. So yeah, Gargoyle wins yet again. I dread Jenna. Jenna is where things are gonna be really complicated for the Gargoyle. Maybe also Cocytus, but almost guaranteed Jenna. Almost guaranteed to be bad. What if I do ignition? Yeah, because you're gonna take a lot of fireballs if I use ignition. Not really doing well. Glorx flies, so Shatter is not gonna do a lot. So I don't think I want to Shatter. Ooh! Glorx goes for the Torment, which by the way only deals 32 damage. You focus your inner power and paralyze Glorx block in Retribution. That's super convenient. And so we continue to use Permafrost. Okay, Glorx is getting spanked by Permafrost, but we are out of mana, and Glorx is still healthy enough to not be dead. I go for draw out power, and I just continue using Permafrost, and wow, that paralysis lasted for about half an hour already. Okay, we take those, I'm not gonna complain. And so we have emptied out this place. Nothing here but demons. Let's get out because I don't have any desires to deal with these demons. And now it's time for dealing with the demons of hell. I'm gonna rest. Full resources, or well, not full resources. Let's just get out. Now I enter the abyss at abyss 3, and I want the rune. I would love the rune. Should I do this? Let's give it a try. You detect the abyssal rune. That was fast. Okay, we're pretty close to it. Please. Please don't be. Oh yes, let's go. Let's go. This is great because I can just destroy the bolt. Oh, I can't destroy the bolt. It is this one. I forgot. This one has a silent specter. Okay, I don't think we can do that. Yeah, we're a mage, silent specter. Like we may have 62 armor class, but it's just too scary, too dangerous. No reason for me to do that. I even wonder if I should go down to Abyss 5. Oh man, I hope that this was not like a big mistake. I don't tend to go deeper than Abyss 3. Abyss 5 is definitely beyond my realm of expertise. Once upon a time, the Abyss used to have only one level, um, which, yeah, it's pretty funny to think about now. Okay, Permafrost is a pretty okay spell for dealing with wretched stars, it seems. That's fine. Lurking Horror hits me for 31 tournament. We don't care about that. Oh, the Smite from the Smoke Demons is a lot scarier because we have low amounts of HP. I detect the rune. It's very far from where I am. I might be able to make it. But yeah, the minus region is really messing me up. I want to get rid of my bad mutations. Draw out power here. Before getting out of Pandemonium, I should have drank Potions of Mutation. Alright, hidden genetic potential is nice. That means 2 good mutations in time. But now I can drink potions to heal. Instead of getting poked by the smoke demons, I should turn around and kill them, because I can do that quite well. You are cast deeper into the abyss. That is an absolutely horrendous line of text to get when you are in Abyss 5. That is definitely not what I wanted to see. I might die. Like, I'm so deep into the abyss that this is getting really, really scary. This has to be a room bolt. Oh, wait, that this is not a room bolt. Abyss 6? You didn't even know it went this far. It goes to 7. 7 is like insane. You're not gonna survive Abyss 7, so yeah, the characters that can survive Abyss 7 are the ones that can go for infinite amounts of cigarettes, pretty much, and we are not that kind of character. Please don't Crystal Spear me for 1,000,000 damage. Okay, only 9, that's fine. I'm almost certain this is a rune bolt, but I don't know exactly where the rune is. Oh, it's an exit bolt. It's not a rune bolt, it's an exit bolt. I'm gonna pass on the exit. Yeah, if I was a lot more hurt, I would just take the exit, but I am unfortunately in good enough shape that I should continue fighting. I don't wanna get out and get back in and just like randomly be launched into Abyss 7, because that would be extremely nasty. How did this Bone Dragon? Something unseen opens the door, so I guess something opened the door for the Bone Dragon. Maybe I should have gotten out. I don't know what something unseen opened the door. And yep, you can't get back to higher levels of Abyss anymore. You can't. It is impossible. Another exit. But I want the rune. I don't want in. I don't want an exit. I want the rune. Okay, I'm chased by 1,000,000 monsters. I think that this is justification enough to get out. Now let's hope that I do not get flung into the abyss, into abyss 7, because if we enter and we go to abyss 7, we might be dead. Um, should I do a little bit of tomb to? I should. I should. I haven't even done crypt. Um, So I guess we can do a little bit of crypt and then we can do a little bit of tomb just to regain the drain that I have right now. For this place, we quiver LRD. LRD is gonna be king here. So many skellies that are gonna be easily LRDable. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fast actually because we have a strong quiver spell. So it's just gonna be effectively O-tab. Do the Jiangshi fly? No, they don't. They hop around because that's what Jiangxi are. Um, Whenever I see Jiangxi, I always remember that game that I had for the NES when I was a kid. It's called Phantom Fighter, which it is kind of a crazy game to see for the NES. Must have been released late into the NES's life cycle because it's pretty cool. The game controls pretty bad compared to modern game standards, but back in the day that was a pretty incredible game for me. Um, that was my first contact with video games that handed down NES. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother checking for Polar Vortex until I'm at 26.9. Um, I was casting Shatter at 50%, but somehow I don't think that I'm gonna have the same luck with Polar Vortex. Okay, so we are only doing this to regain the drain. Once I am at 193, I'm gonna go back to oh, potion of experience. I guess we can drink that. Barely does anything. To the point where people often collect them instead of actually drinking them once they get this far into the game. People who go for Mega 6 do collect potions of experience because they have maxed everything that is to max. Literally everything that is to max. I'm gonna tab that guy. I feel like I can. Yeah, that guy cannot be LRD'd, of course, so we gotta tab it. You explored Krypton to Jiva, remove some of the bad mutations the Orbs of Fire threw at you. Yeah, Crypt is such a nice little pocket of experience and exploration that you can use to replenish your resources in some strange situations. I very rarely do it, but it can be worth doing. Crypt is a consumable branch. Yeah, kind of. The best use for Crypt way back in the day was to be like you used to be able to switch to the Shining One for the purpose of doing extended, and you just went to Crypt and did Crypt, and when you entered with zero piety, you very quickly got to 5 or 6 pips of piety with the Shining One because the Shining One has exploration piety, but also well, it's not really exploration piety. I think that the Shining One likes it when you see monsters. It's a weird thing, unique to the Shining One. But the Shining One does have a more traditional way of gaining piety, which is killing things that the Shining One doesn't like, which are demons and the undead, and heretical priests as well. Ooh, the +2 Rov Goosh. Interesting. What happens if I put that on? Because it has Archmagi, and Archmagi is another spell enhancer. And that gets my Shatter to 80% power, 3 dice of 58. That would also make it super easy to cast. Yeah, super easy to cast Polar Vortex. The downside, of course, is that I go down to 39 armor class. Yeah, only 39 armor class. How am I going to survive with only 39 armor class, right? Yeah, this. This we are not gonna buy. We're gonna buy that, and then we're gonna learn it. Polar Vortex. It's right here. It's at 11%. That is promising. Promising. 12 dice of 8. Not bad. Max 12 dice of 13. All right, we are back to full HP, so let's just go back to the Abyss. I hope that this is not too much of a problem. It's the first time that the Abyss has hosted me this bad, but it's kind of my fault for going down to Abyss 4. Um, Now I'm in Abyss 6. Yeah, I know. You detect the Abyssal Rune. So there is a nice thing about this place, and that is that if you go deep enough into the Abyss, the rune is like almost immediately generated. And I have Shatter, so I can just ninja this. Okay, go for Polar Vortex, it works. And now I'd like to have an exit. Your connection to magic feels nearly dormant. Jeez. Um, I mean, these are only transient mutations, but still, that's a really nasty thing to have as a spellcaster. Just gonna continue spamming Polar Vortex. And running away. Trying to find an exit now. Yeah, monster spam is kind of insane in this place. Oh no, that is the downstairs to a B7. No, we're not doing that. I already have the rune. The only thing that I need is a way out. I don't need to go deeper. I need an exit. I should use draw out power. Yeah, sooner rather than later. It's a mana replenish, and it is also like to have the exhaustion timer ticking down, so I can use it again later. The exit isn't being super nice. Yeah, it's taking a while. At least none of these things is might, but I am feeling the reduction in armor class. Because remember, I am wearing the Archmagi robe. I am not wearing the pro scales. Man, having pro scales is crazy. Such a rare thing to have. And as I said earlier, exhaustion timer. Yeah, I'm glad that I used draw out power earlier. Oh, there it is finally. Okay, get me out of here. I don't have enough mana to cast Hellfire. Well, not like Hellfire would do anything now. Um, I wonder if I should blink into the exit to avoid any shenanigans. You know what? I have been saying it for a while now. Just like play safe. Play safe. No need to take any risks. You have so much blinking. Um, yeah, we have so much blinking, but we have such little hours of tournament left, so might as well get the most value out of the hours of tournament left and like not die. All right, so that's rune number 10, I think, or was it 11? No, it's rune number 10. So we still need the runes from Hell and the rune from the tomb. Where is the tomb? It is in Crypt. Crypt is not that hard. It is still kind of hard. There's some scary things in Crypt, but tomb is where things get crazy, and you're gonna see. By the way, I should. Oh, Donald, what are you doing here? Don't you think it's a bit late in the game for you? Your boulder is destroyed. Once I gave up drinking for a week. I hated that. Donald hates everything. Funny thing about Donald is supposed to represent the player. Because apparently to the developers, the players hate everything. So that's why Donald has so many lines of text that say, I hate that. Um, your experience script is very fine, except curse schools need all the carefulness. Lots of things in extended are reminiscent of the curse school. So yeah. Oh wow, it's 10 hours. 10 hours. Finally got Crystal Spear, but I don't think I'm getting it. I don't think I'm getting it. Can I even cast it? I can cast it at 5%. I might get it. Can I get Firestorm actually? Because Firestorm is a lot more fun than Crystal Spear. I don't have it, and I don't think it's here either. Yeah, it's not here, so I don't have Firestorm. I'm glad that I didn't go for Firestorm because otherwise I would have been vastly disappointed. Do Polar Vortex? Oh yeah, it still destroys 3. So 3 falls to the Furious Winds. Your last win is 8 hours and 4 minutes long, exactly as long as the previous one, only the seconds mix match. It's a very crazy coincidence. I'm taking it that it was a 3 rune run, right? The first ones that you play are gonna be slow. Well, the more you learn, the more quickly you can win. My first one took about 24 hours, I think, or 23. And of course, it was in a period of my life where I could do that across 2 days. I was not so healthy that I did it in one sitting, but I did do it in 2 days, I think. Or was it 3 days? No, it was probably 2 days. It's a lot of high-level zombies, but fortunately I have 62 armor class, so this should be fine. I like this ending. This ending is very pretty. More endings should be like this one. I got marked. Should be fine because we kind of have open space, so I can just press the Polar Vortex button, which, by the way, it's at 22% in the Pearl scales. Okay, we found the entrance to Tomb, but we also found a Mummy Priest. Mummy Priests are abundant in Tomb. This one has Summon Undead and Torment, and Smite. But, Mummy Priests and Royal Mummies have Torment and Smite. Which, yep, as I said earlier, any enemy that has Torment and Smite can kill you fast if you do not respect it. But yeah, it's Entombed the Torment Hell. Tomb is indeed the Torment Hell. It is also a place where there is a room, so I have to go there if I want to do 15 rooms. But I am a gargoyle, so I should not have such a bad time with the whole torment shenanigans in Tomb. Okay, thank you, game, for not making me miscast Polar Vortex not even once so far. I know that I'm asking a lot of you, and I know that you would really like to make me miscast it 7 times in a row. But at least the game is cooperating. It's like that time when I was casting Shatter in Sots at 50%, and it was actually working. I cast it like 5 or 6 times in a row before I got my first miscast, and it was a pretty magical thing. All right, that probably killed a lot of the things in this place. I unfortunately ended up destroying the bolt pretty bad, but I mean, I had to. It was in self-defense. I wonder what happens if I Brom this guy. Oh, okay. Okay. The Death Knight reflects your damage back at you, so the boulder doesn't take the damage. I thought that maybe the boulder would take the damage. Wow, that guy got pretty roughed up by that. Sometimes the crypt ending has some nice loot. Archangel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope that you're not like some kind of follow bot that wants me to pay for things that there's no reason to pay for. I hope you're a real person. And if you're a real person, I apologize for the follow lock in the chat, but it is because of that. Uh, yeah, this part of the game is not really that interesting. We're just going through crypt because we need to get to tomb. And I'm at this point I'm doing a full clear because like why wouldn't I? I already did so much of this. Umbra. That means profane servitor. Yeah, there's very few monsters in the game that have Umbra. I think it might only be the profane servitor. Okay, finally we got a polar vortex miscast. Why does it happen that like the more I train and the least likely it is for a miscast to happen, the more often they seem to happen? Like it all started when I had Shatter at 50% in Sot, as I already said, and I cast it successfully like 6 times in a row. And then it stopped being at 50%, of course, because I was casting it and it was killing things. And the more proficient I became at casting it, the least likely it was to succeed. Some probably finds it very funny. Yes, probably that is the case. Okay, that guy's still alive. Pretty good. Never too late to convert to some. Something makes me think that I really shouldn't compare to some with this character. Hey, look at that! It's Frederick with the Orb of the Chupacabra, which is an orb of channeling. Maybe I would be interested in using something like that if I could, but we can't because I am one-handed. Okay, all right. I forgot to wield the staff. That is why. Casting my shatter stuff without wielding the staff is pretty bad. Like the reduction in damage is super noticeable. And it really hurts because, you know, the very limited amount of mana that we have, it's been a thing for the whole game. Revivification. Also, Graveclaw. No idea what Graveclaw is. It sounds like it should be a low-level spell, but it might not be a low-level spell. So level 2 Necromancy. Um, Calls for the spite of the recently dead to skewer a target enemy with shards of bone. This spell never misses and will pin its target in place for several turns, but casting it rapidly consumes the remnants of death that linger upon the caster. You can stockpile enough malice to cast this spell at most 3 times, and this can only be replenished by causing the death of a sufficient number of living beings. Seems like a really cool spell. I am going to. I'm gonna try Necromancer at some point because if that's like a starter spell for a Necromancer, that seems super cool. Like charges that you can replenish just by not using the spell that much. And now we have to do Tomb. And this might be spicy. But we have big resistance to negative. We're a Gargoyle. We are able to completely ignore the Ushafti. Most of the mummy death curses are not a problem to a Gargoyle. Death Scarabs. You're not sure Necromancer's starting book got changed? If they don't get Graveclaw, that would suck because that reads exactly like the kind of spell that you would love to have as an early game Necromancer, and the kind of spell that is gonna fall off, like in time. So why would you not give it to the early game Necromancers? Um, okay, the Sphinxes are not that much of a problem, I would like to believe. There's always a Sphinx band here. There's like 6 or 7. And they can smite you pretty hard. And of course, if you don't have the willpower, they are the ones who will kill you. Like you won't even get deeper into Tomb if you don't have the willpower to avoid getting paralyzed by them. Um, all right, but we have the willpower and we have the damage output. They did smite me good. Level 1, 2 spells that no background starts with are weird. I agree. I feel like maybe they shouldn't exist, or maybe like in some cases like a port. I don't even know if there's a background that starts with a port nowadays, but yeah, I agree. All the level 1s and level 2s should only be the spells that like backgrounds start with, or they should be more powerful than the spells that the backgrounds start with, so that you get them and you're like, oh wow, this is exciting and cool, and you are actually incentivized to use it. Um, the wiki says they do start with it in 0.32. Yeah, I'm not surprised because it really does seem like the kind of spell that they should start with. It reads like a starting book spell. Okay, so if you're wondering about why I'm like fooling around with this royal mummy with Brom, I don't want to I don't want to shatter. If I shatter, I would be breaking this, and if I break that, bad things happen. Tomb already. Which rune number? It is rune number 10. Well, it's gonna be rune number 11. Um, should probably think about Sot Clock, but not that much. Bullying the mummies. Yeah, fortunately we can bully the mummies. It's a rare luxury that very few characters can actually afford. Bullying the mummies, or all the bullying that the mummies themselves do to other characters. I would like to find the elemental staff would have been probably one of the greatest things that I could have gotten with this character. The resistances would have been awesome. The enhancers would have been awesome. Like very few times you get the elemental staff and you're like, oh yeah, that is exactly what I need. But it is exactly what I need with this character. And what I mean by that is like exactly what I mean in the sense that like I will take advantage of literally everything that the staff offers me. Um, but this time I will do that if I happen to find it at some point. I'm probably gonna do a cigarette as well. I hadn't thought about it, but there is also a tournament like things for doing a cigarette. It might be difficult without Vehumet, without the Shining One, without Sif Muna, even though I very rarely, if not to say never, but I yeah, pretty much never. I never take Sif Muna to extend it. But it is a way to regain mana, I suppose. The lack of regen is pretty noticeable here. You are gonna get chunked down, and without regen, you cannot really fight for very long. Even if the mummies themselves don't really deal that much damage to you, the curses will torment you, and even as a gargoyle, torment can stack up to the point where it can make it slightly nerve-wracking to be in this place. If I drop below 3 digits HP, that's the point at which I am like, wait a second. I should probably start disengaging. You always do Tomb Blast because it's so hard, but Gargoyle is good at it. Yeah, I don't like. I think that Hells are harder than Tomb actually. Also, Hells are less likely to give you loot the way that Tomb does. So, and I could use some loot. Let's see if we get something good for this character. I would like a better Amulet of Mana regen, and I would like maybe better gloves. If I could find boots like the ones that I have but enchanted, that would be great. But I feel like that's too much to ask for. Okay, so now the reason why extended. Well, one of the many reasons why extended. Oh, wrong button. As you can see, I broke the bolt, and when you break the bolt, something funny happens. You get to fight a bunch of royal mummies at the same time. And it is terrible when you fight them without the Staff of Earth, because then things get a bit complicated. Okay, I can at least get out and regen my mana. This Guardian Mummy saddened you a little before the mummies have always been raging from moderate threat to menace. Guardian mummies. Mm, the thing is like the experience that you're seeing right now is not really representative of the average Tomb experience. As K-Man has already said, Gargoyle is good at this place because Gargoyle gets to ignore or greatly diminish some of the absolute worst parts of this place. The death curses are much less painful for a Gargoyle. Also, you have like innate resistance to negative that is also a little bit helpful. Um, I feel like like a 3-rune character doing this would be in trouble. Like it would straight up not be good for a 3-rune character. I tried killing Rail Mummy with something other than Torm than Shatter. It was not a good idea. I used too much mana. This is working out very well for me. Um, Normally you have to go down and then go back up and then go down again and then go down to Tomb 3, but by doing this I have a 50% chance to skip one step, which is kind of big. You used to be able to skip it guaranteed, but there's no guarantee now. You know what? I should probably have the intelligence ring. Have I tried Fulsome Fusilate? Great spell. I had a Merfolk Alchemist where I wanted to use it, but I wasn't able to get it because it's a alchemy conjuration, and Merfolk are terrible at conjuration. I think it's like -2 or -3. I was not getting to a level 8 spell. You mean just that mummies are always pretty dangerous, except guardian mummies look like fodder? Yeah, but the thing about guardian mummies, like they hit a little bit hard, but the thing is that they give you the death curse. So even like the threat is not directly caused by the monster, but by what happens when you kill the monster. Um, and that's why I was mentioning that like they don't look that scary because I'm a gargoyle, and gargoyles don't really have to worry that much about the death curses. The worst thing that can happen is like, well, slow in the middle of a fight is pretty bad, but also the stat losses. Um, but those things come back in time anyway. And Polar Vortex really is incredibly mana efficient for the purposes of killing mummies. Um, Guardian mummies are not so real. Yeah, royal mummies are the scary ones. If you have noticed, I haven't really been fighting too many of them at the same time. Um, yeah, we have to play it very safe when it comes to the royal mummies. This could be a really nasty position to be fighting it in. I'm gonna try to move away. Or well, I'm gonna tornado then. Got a shot and miscast there. 4% by the way. Still not enough to cast it all the time. I don't care about the Sotraps. I do care about the Sotraps. That's why I said that I didn't want to fight there. Sotrap plus Royal Mummy means that the Royal Mummy is just gonna summon a conga line of Emperor Scorpions that are gonna dance on top of the Sotrap, and then I'm gonna get paralyzed and die. You do summon Emperor Scorpions, don't you? Yeah, it summons the Scarabs and summons Emperor Scorpions. Which, by the way, you may think that Emperor Scorpions are fodder at this point in the game. They are absolutely not. They're definitely not fodder. They're pretty scary. I'm training them to 26.9, so I do not accidentally overtrain to 27. I like the Metallomancer title more than the Petrodigitator title. I feel like Metallomancer should actually be the title for 27. Well, the titles for 27 are always supposed to be like jokey kind of titles, more than cool titles. Only the goth titles, like the invocation titles, are like really cool. You're about to ask why I was doing that. Yeah. Thank you. Um, Thank you for asking, I suppose. But I happen to be able to read the minds of my viewers every now and then. Um, that is the kind of like it is completely unnecessary for your enjoyment of the crawl experience. But if you wanna win with a certain title, you can do that. I have said in the past that it would be nice if you could get um, if you could get like a selector that let you change your title, but the response to that was something along the lines of this is not an MMO. That was many, many years ago, by the way. I think that most of the people who reacted like that are no longer even playing anyway. Maybe I should suggest it again. What number from 1 to 1 are you thinking of? It must be something like along the lines of 1. Yeah, I bet it's 1. Is there a reason I'm going Rui? Myth-Tearing Gods. That list is old. That list is so old. I think it's from 0.26. The sacrifices suck. Yeah, I mean, I have said it a couple of times. I wish I had 2 rings. I could have this character, but with 26 armor, 26 evasion instead of 16. If I could wear the ring of the hair. Um, but it's fine. I mean, Ru gave me Apok. I got Apok in like D7. It was actually crazy. The hand sack gave me Apok. I got Apok in 2 sacrifices. Is what happened. So yeah, and since I got Apoc so early, I was able to just have a grand old time, and I successfully skipped half of Tomb. So now I get to do Tomb 3 without doing the Death Trap that is entering Tomb 2 the intended way. And when I say Death Trap, I mean literal Death Trap. You go in and you are going to be like, oh, this is not so bad. And then you're gonna realize the error of your actions, and you're probably gonna die unless you immediately take action to avoid death. But since I know that I can like avoid that in the first place by doing what I did, I just did it, and I went down the correct stairs, the ones that took me to this part of the level, which means that I only have to do very little of Doom 2. I still cannot really cast Shatter because if I cast Shatter, I'm just gonna open the Death Trap of Doom 2, and I'm gonna have to fight it anyway, and I don't really want to do that, especially not with the limited amount of um, the limited amount of mana that I have with this character. Okay, gonna go for draw out power. You don't understand what just happened? Um, Tomb works a little bit different than most other branches. As you can see, it says a one-way staircase. A cursed staircase leading up, imbued with magic to prevent any return back down the stairs. Adventurers taking this passage will need to find a return stairway somewhere else on the level where they arrive. So you don't get to immediately go downstairs or upstairs when you go into Tomb. That is unique to this place, pretty much. There's other parts of the game that prevent you from escaping, like the Abyss and Pandemonium. But Tomb is the only place with stairs, downstairs and upstairs, where like you're not placed immediately close to the upstairs. Um, so yeah, we're now in Tomb 2. I went downstairs into Tomb 1 and I got to Tomb 2. But the levels, the tomb is always generated kind of in the same way. Tomb 1 looks kind of like this. It is like an open ring into the tomb, and then you go in and clear the tomb. And normally you don't have shutters, so you don't break the ring, and so you have to go down these stairs that we have right here. These ones. You go into these ones, and then you go into Tomb 2, and you would land somewhere in here instead of where I am right now. You would land somewhere here in the middle, and you would be surrounded by super messed up things. It would be terrible. You would probably die or be traumatized for life. And if you happen to survive that, you get to go upstairs. And if you go upstairs, in the case of this character, I would land here, and I would have to make my way through the ring killing all those royal mummies that I killed earlier. Go through the ring, go down, and I would have to go down these stairs, which is what I did. So I skipped a sizable part of Tomb, which is not the worst part, but it is one of the worst parts. Um, Shatter is a game-changing spell. Yes, absolutely. Um, wow, that sounds like it sucks so much. It does. That's why I skipped it. Um, I might do it after I am done with Tomb, just just to show. But like, yeah, and when you go in here, you have some downstairs. These lead to Tomb 3, but it's kind of the same. Um, you cannot immediately go back up. In fact, going back up in Tomb 3 it is a little bit more difficult than going back up in Tomb 2. And Tomb 2 is not easy to go back up because I think you start in the center and the stairs are like in the edge. Um, yeah, it's like a square. It is a pretty nasty place. If you don't know what is coming, it's probably gonna kill you. Like if you're trying to play on spoiled Tomb, you need to be able to immediately recognize when you go into Tomb 2 that you're gonna die. And if you're playing on spoiled, you're most likely not able to do that. So yeah, this place is super hostile to the player. Okay, so we go into Tomb 3 because we have to go into Tomb 3, and this might be rough. You usually try to spam tele and pray that you don't die. Yeah, that's the average Tomb 2 experience. That's how you do it. You literally spam tele and pray that you don't die and pray that you land close to the stairs so that you can go upstairs and save yourself. Okay, and so Tomb 3 is gonna be something else. I'm thinking about how to do this because we have this mark trap right here, but I feel strongly that I shouldn't mess with the mark trap. Like I shouldn't touch it. I shouldn't even look at it. I should try to stay away as much as possible. I hear a loud thud. That is never a good sign. And as you can see, I landed here, but there's no stairs. And I know that there is a horde of mummies coming straight for me. These are like, this is like the calm before the storm, pretty much. I'm not even fighting them because I know what is coming. We have mana region, but still no Randart mana region. And we have some gold because that's a thing that spawns in this place. A lot of gold. Also a figurine of a ziggurat. We have secured the stairs. That is the most important thing to do here, securing the stairs. Because if you get caught in a fight where you don't have access to the stairs, bad things happen. We have some Venus, which we hadn't seen yet. They're not new, but I hadn't seen them in this character. Sacred self-created sunbird representative of rebirth. It has ascended past the cycles of life and death and calls upon aspects of both rising forth from death in a burst of unholy flame. These things used to be phoenixes, but now they're not phoenixes. They're Venus. When they die, they explode for 3 dice of 22, and then they revive, and then they die again, but I don't think they explode again. I think they only revive once. Anyway, they hit pretty hard. And yeah, they have big evasion. If you're undead, these are so painful to deal with. Yeah, the 27 Holy Wrath melee is very painful. But fortunately, I'm a gargoyle, so I'm not undead. And now I get to fight here. I'm gonna hit them with the Evening Star because I feel like I can get away with doing that. Actually, Polar Vortex. I saw the Death Scarab and I was like, okay, Polar Vortex. We don't really want to shatter until we start seeing like royal mummies because it's gonna break this wall, and this wall is big. This wall is like there's a million mummies on the other side of this, and this wall is protecting me from them. Is Evening Star better than Demon Whip? It requires less staff presses at the very least. It does a lot more damage because the base damage is 15 compared to the 11 of the Demon Whip. But it is also a lot slower. The Demon Whip is 0.5, the Evening Star is 0.7. But because of the higher base damage, it means that you get more damage rating, which means less staff presses. Um, That's really the only reason why I am using it, because less staff presses. Okay, we got a pretty good polar vortex there. I'm gonna go for early draw out power. We need to remain healthy, and wow, that was a pretty lame mana regen that we got right there. Only 11 mana. Did I get a miss? No, no, I didn't get a miscast. You hear a faint skittering sound times 13. So far, we haven't seen a single mommy. I don't know what's up with this. And I'm starting to get pretty nervous that we haven't seen mommies and we're spending mana. And there it is, Royal Mommy. That's the first one. Time to switch to the Staff of Earth. There's some math on the wiki that says they do about the same. No clue how trustworthy that is. Yeah, I think that like people say that they are roughly equivalent, but as I have already said, Evening Star does more damage per tap press, but Demon Whip does less or takes less time per tap press. So it is up to you if you wanna like press tab a lot and like technically have more control over your actions, or if you want to press tab less. And I figured that with how strong this character is, I was okay with just like having less tab presses. Also, I didn't have a good enough Demon Whip, but I did have a good enough Evening Star available when I wanted to get my melee. With Crawl with no walls be winnable, I mean 3 runes maybe. There's some characters that do well without walls, but melee characters would be rough. Mages, probably mages. I'm thinking that mages would be a lot easier. Than melee characters. I mean, not a lot easier in general, just a lot easier than a melee character would be. I'm gonna use Brilliance, please. Okay, we can buy a D1 potion of Brilliance. That will be useful. I don't want to Iron Shot the Royal Mummy. I I straight up refuse to Iron Shot the Royal Mummy. Okay, that's 2 Royal Mummies. I'm so glad that I'm a Gargoyle and I don't have to worry about losing a ton of HP every time these mummies decide to use Torment. Okay, they're really messed up. We kill one. Real mummy opening the door is scary because now monsters can get in through both ways without me having like a heads up of the door opening. I got slowed by the dead scarabs. Um, Man, it is getting pretty close to the point where I feel like I should just start shattering. But then I am gonna get smitten to death. Is it really Brom time? Okay, it might be Brom time. And there is another Royal Mummy. Um, Polar Vortex. Yes. It is dealing some horrendous amounts of damage. Um, I don't know how I would be doing this without Polar Vortex. Like, well, it wouldn't be impossible, but it would be a lot more painful. That at least I can tell you. Not that I have been perma-slowed, and you didn't get to see the horde of mummies. Um, but I just like if I was a Behemoth worshipper, I think that I would have just fought everything at the same time. Um, that can kill you. There's been cases of people that are full HP and are like super weak versus death curses and just cast a Firestorm and they kill so many things with the Firestorm that the death curses kill them in return. It is really funny when it doesn't happen to you, and of course it has never happened to me. That's why I find it funny. Otherwise, I would be annoyed. But I also know that can happen, and so I have never really put myself in such a situation. I have been killed by like fighting mummies in this place with death curses, just killing things too fast. Spamming draw out power pretty much every time that I have access to. Um, I have been killed by the retaliatory death curses, but I also have never been killed in one turn. That is the important difference here. I have never been killed in one turn by death curses. 2 or 3 turns, yes. One turn, never. Oh yeah, this is so comfy. I'm biting deep into my max HP with the draw out power drain because I don't want to be needing draw out power and like having it be on cooldown. So like as soon as it comes off cooldown, I'm just using it to regain mana, and it is being very helpful. The brilliance also helps a lot because that means that my polar vortex only costs 5 mana, and it is one of the most mana efficient spells in the whole game, as we all know. Um, another royal mummy, of course. We are out of brilliance. Yeah. Also, it's not so terrible that we are biting into our HP with the drain from draw out power because we're killing things that are so high level that we are regaining the drain. Like it's not so terrible. What if I go upstairs? I would be going upstairs into a relatively safe spot. It would be okay if I went upstairs. Um, in fact, I probably should since I'm at 64 HP. Yeah, maybe I should have taken that opportunity to go upstairs. I'm exhausted, so I cannot Apoc. I was thinking of Apocing. I could also blink into the upstairs. Just play it safe. Yeah, you're right. What if I go upstairs? Uh-huh. Going upstairs into a safe spot. So now we have given up the spot that I was fighting on, but it's okay because I get back all my HP, all my mana. I was not really having mana problems, but I'm back to full HP. Um, you were there. There was some big reason to avoid star dancing. Yes, the big reason is that I start here, and starting here is not ideal. I have killed many things. I don't think I have killed everything. Like there really is a lot of mummies in this place. So I may not have killed everything yet. Um, the big reason is that getting back to the stairs is might be difficult. Not necessarily is difficult. It's not always difficult. Like as you can see for this character, it's not really that much of a pain. But sometimes this place is crowded and there's monsters tap dancing on dispersal traps. So even if you blink into the stairs, you're immediately blinked away from the stairs. That is the main reason to not stair dance in this place. That like just securing a spot is very hard. It is a difficult place to be in, but I think that we are at a point where I can probably just shatter everything and get away with it. Oh, Kufu! Oh, that's nice. Do you have anything new? Kufu used to have Tomb. I got Kufu to lose Tomb. Tomb was a spell that surrounded Kufu with walls, and it was very annoying. Um, but in a stream of mine, I had Kufu blink away, and it turns out that the Tomb spell had a secret like thing that made the monster blink away if it wasn't able to use Tomb. Like if it cast Tomb and it was like next to, and I was next to it, it would blink away instead of using Tomb. Um, and I reported that, and then the Kufu lost Tomb. It's pretty funny. But Kufu is normally just like a royal mummy, just a little bit tankier than a royal mummy. I think this guy has more HP than a Royal Mummy, but otherwise hits about the same, has the same spells except for blinking. I don't think Royal Mummies get blinking. Anyway, it's pretty nice that we got Khufu because Khufu is yet another unique that we would need for tournament reasons, and I needed to find at some point. With the clouds, it's kind of hard to tell where the stairs are, but they're here, right? Khufu's really getting really messed up by Polar Vortex. I lost. Well, I didn't lose the Polar Vortex, but it is over. Didn't kill Khufu. You remember there being a mummy unique with a bigger death curse? Is that it? I mean, he will inflict a powerful necromantic curse on his foe when destroyed. Not unlike a royal mummy. Like, it really is just a royal mummy, but tankier and with blink. Look at this guy, around 195 HP. This guy has around 243. I think more armor class. More armor class? Yeah, a little bit more armor class. Um, Otherwise, same resistances, same spells, um, same melee damage. Even though that is the least important thing about royal mummies. Okay, now we are in a position where we should use a potion of mana. Like, yeah, I have been holding on to that for what feels like the whole game, and I think that the time to use it is now. Yeah, if there are moments where you have to use a mana potion, and that is one of those. But I think that we are done. I think that now we are done for real. Imagine having to fight all of that in the open at the same time. And that is what a player that doesn't know what Tomb is about will submit themselves to. That's a Staff of Kong with some really good stuff, but it is a Staff of Kong, and also it has Contam, so I cannot really use that. Bad Ring, figurine of a Ziggurat. I like how it's marked as a dangerous item now, because it is indeed a bit of a dangerous item, the figurine of a Ziggurat. A small figurine made of some strange material shaped like a stepped pyramid. It is remarkably detailed, almost if like a real vast structure shrunk somehow smaller than a human hand. Another interesting staff, but -3 strength is not ideal. Fire is also relatively uninteresting. Why am I getting staves but not good staves? Scarf of the Morning Stars, Book of Scorching. Wow, that is such a worthless acquirement. So worthless, in fact, that I'm gonna grab worthless gold. All right. And we have picked up the golden rune. That is rune number 11. Before I leave this place, let's admire the loot that we have. Once again, I think I pressed the wrong key, and that key has like some weird macro. I really have to take a look at my macros. Um, Talking about taking a look at my macros, doesn't seem like there's any macro for the key that I pressed. I have no idea then what this key is doing. Yeah, that button is weird. That key just does that. Now just hell left. Yes, now just hell left. Anyway, before leaving this place, we can admire the loot that it generated one last time. and we can bask in the glory that is this loot that is pretty lame. The staves are okay, but both of them have contam, and yeah, we need to unwield it because we are switching to melee for popcorn. So yeah, now we have to do hell, which at least I am powerful enough to do Jenna. I think okay, Jenna, Polar Vortex kills it easy. The Iron City of this Shatter kills it easy. Cocytus is gonna be interesting. I think Polar Vortex kills it, but not easily. And oh, we have that. We have Ignition. Okay, Ignition gets rid of Cocytus. And Tartarus. Tartarus is gonna be a little bit interesting as well. Like that doesn't really seem worth it ever unless you're doing 15 runes. Yeah, you also get vast amounts of money. I am almost at 10k gold. I think I got like 3k of this place. Um, yeah, when I started picking up gold, I had 7,300 roughly, a little bit less than that. And when I'm getting out, I am getting out with almost 10k. So it's a lot of money that you get from this place. Also some loot, but yeah, you only really do this if you are pretty powerful. If you're not pretty powerful, you don't come here. And usually you're pretty powerful, you are not really gonna receive a significant boost from coming to this place. The loot is mostly ornamental. Okay, now what all of you were waiting for. In fact, it placed me in the downstairs, in the correct downstairs. I strongly feel like I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna do it just for you, for the people of the internet. If you have brilliance, it's like great for this. But as you can see, I'm surrounded by enemies with pretty much no cover. No reason to go here other than rune. Yep. You go here because you're doing 15 runes, or because you're a gargoyle, or maybe if you're playing with mummy form, or you're a mummy, or you're a worshipper of the Shining One. Like, there's a couple of reasons to go here, but more often than not, you're not gonna come here for any runes that you would need to win a 3 rune game. Did I get blinked? Yeah, worthy of note. Very important to keep this in mind in this part of the level. Um, you are surrounded by royal mummies in different directions, which makes it really, really hard to deal with them unless you have the specific spells that I have, um, which are Polar Vortex, Shatter, and Ignition. All 3 of those spells are really good for dealing with them. Um, trying doing this with Chain Lightning, it's gonna be a little bit painful. Same goes for Firestorm, because Firestorm doesn't hit the whole screen. Um, some spells are good for this place, some spells are not so good for this place. Um, I would like to believe that I would have been okay if I had, landed in this spot. Um, I was ready in this case because I hasted beforehand, um, but yeah, like even with haste, sometimes you just cannot do this, and then you get rid of the entrance party, and it's only like mummies left, like popcorn. And the way to get back into the first level is to go through this door, which generates. You don't know where it generates. You have to explore it. So sometimes it can be very difficult to find, and you are trying to find it while you're running for your life away from all those things, because more often than not you don't have the damage output to just kill them all fast enough. Ouch. Yeah, even then, I was trying to tap the Royal Mummy. It was really, really not working. Let me shatter this, just so I can go upstairs, just to play it extra safe. Imagine if I didn't have shatter to go upstairs there. Tomb not letting me just start dance is crazy. Yep. It is very funny. Definitely a test of skill and game knowledge, because this place is really scary because of that. It is supremely punishing if you dare to make a mistake. There's a couple of doors, and not all of the doors have the downstairs to the next level, or the upstairs, I should say. Yeah. In this case, it is this one that has the upstairs here, which I am going to take, so you see where they land me, and they land me in the loop that I killed everything before. So yeah, that's exactly what I skipped. I would have to go here, and then I would have to go here, and then I would have to go over here, and I would have to go downstairs, and then I would go to Tomb 3. That's how you do Tomb without Shatter. And generally why I don't do extended with characters that don't have Shatter. Really, it is because of that. Lugonu Corrupt also can get you into the loop. A bit like Bolts 5, but much more likely you can't escape. Oh yeah, Bolts 5 is a little bit tame in comparison. Um, Also, Bolt 5 is not full of monsters that torment and smite, and summon stuff that actually hits kinda hard. Yeah, Tomb is not easy. Tomb is definitely not an easy place for most characters, but I'm a Gargoyle, and Gargoyles have it easy as far as easy goes in that place. Um, hell. Hell it is. Which one is the easiest? It's gotta be this. It's gonna be this because I have yeah, the an ancient malice corrodes your equipment. So while I am here permanently, I'll have -8 armor class and -8 slaying, but it doesn't matter because I'm a melee. I'm not a melee character. And yep, Shatter does wonders. There used to be a tournament banner for doing the entirety of the Hells without ever going back up. This in Hells it's also similar. Like you cannot stir dance. If you go upstairs, you go back to the vestibule, and you have to make your way down again. That's how it works. Which is not really that much of a problem. It used to be a lot more problematic, but now it's fine. Yeah, not that matters much in Hell. Oh, look at that, an iron golem. A large, ponderous, and very solid statue of metal, given the power of locomotion through some esoteric means. It is effectively a walking wall. At least it is slow, but it is supremely difficult to kill. It is immune to a lot of things, and it has a lot of armor class, and it has 300 HP. So at least it doesn't like cast spells or anything, but yeah, supremely hard to kill. Oh, wrong spell. I wanted to use Shatter. Okay, we found the downstairs. Hell levels are significantly smaller. They're 4 times smaller than normal level. Normal levels are like 80 times 80. I think these are like 40 times 40. Sometimes, and I don't know how often that happens nowadays. Maybe it's already been fixed. But sometimes there's bolts that generate that were made back in the day when these levels were like full size. And the bolts are so messed up that if you get it, you are often just gonna teleport away. But in this small version of Hell, which is how hot Hells are nowadays, since 0.28 in fact, you cannot teleport away from it because the bolt is the whole level, and that is super bad. They couldn't afford the full level. Yeah, they're small but intense. Like they're full of scary things. For example, um, these Hell Sentinel, you feel yourself wasting away. Oh, that's temporary. It's temporary mutation. We don't mind them. Um, every time you enter a new level, you're gonna get a hell effect applied at you. In this case, I got a temporary bad mutation, which yeah, whatever. The hell effects used to be a lot nastier. Um, Let me see if I can rest to full HP after making so much noise, but of course not. Shatter is one of the noisiest actions that the player can take. Noise deafening. Ah, nice, the downstairs. What they used to do -8 corrosion seems pretty bad already for some characters. That's the specific permanent effect for these. Um, Before that, there was no permanent effect, but there were like random summons of things, or sometimes you just got tormented or slowed or uh, paralyzed, or was it being put to sleep? There were like it was random bad stuff in general, and also fiends and tormentors and stuff like that being summoned right in front of you, and that happened every like 20 turns or so, kind of. Well, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration. Maybe it was a bit more than that, but it certainly felt like 20 turns or so. So yeah, levels were longer, and the hell effects made them very annoying. Especially since some levels were designed around that. Like for example, there's a Tartarus ending where half of the level is a labyrinth, which you have to go through in order to get to the rune and to Ereshkigal. And you were getting hell effects left and right while going through the labyrinth. Um, Resting in hell was pretty difficult before. Now it is fine. I still think that there should be more uniques that generate in hell. There is one that, well, you're gonna see. I think Menas can also generate in hell, or maybe only in Pandemonium. Anyway, this is the hell of wow, man, I'm getting super lucky with these stairs. There's only one set of stairs in the whole level. Like the levels are smaller, but there's also less stairs. This is the hell of the tanky things of the iron. The iron city of this is what it's called. Um, so we're gonna see like caustic strikes and those iron golems that we saw earlier, hell sentinels, and other stuff like that. You know, very tanky things. Tormentors, crystal echidnas are kind of popcorn. Spiny, long-snouted rodent grown out of pure living crystal. It is immune to most forms of magic and hurls both crystallizing shots and painful barbs. Immune to most forms of magic, which means dies to shatter. This place, almost in its entirety, has a hard time with shatter. Shatter is a great spell for this place. Yeah, I saw the tele trap. I figured that I would go for it. Nice random blink. I don't really have to do this. I could just kill everything. Getting pretty laggy. I don't know why the server is so laggy. Delightful. Like, surely the caustic strikes are really hurt. Yeah. I feel like I made a little bit of a mistake by not killing everything, and by trying to move around and find the stairs. Yeah, that could be a serious problem. Now I am stuck fighting a bit too many things in a little bit of a complicated position where the Hell Sentinels can deal a lot of damage to me. Like, they could technically kill me soon, I don't think next turn because I don't think this guy has line of fire to hit me with Hurl Damnation. But the other one does, and that's 3 dice of 20. Let's say that I get like completely host 60 damage. These guys can deal 40 in one turn. Are they going to do so consistently? Probably not, because I have a lot of armor class, but yeah, I'm just gonna blink because I can afford to do that. Okay, we found the downstairs. And I close the door on those guys. And then we read another blinking. And we go downstairs. Okay, we have an iron giant and a store giant. A stone giant. Door up. Door OP, door OP, door OP indeed. Iron giant and a stone giant. And I cannot drink potions, so I'll. Oh yeah, I have minus potion from Rue. Well, that is inconvenient. I hope that I don't die from that. That would be quite anticlimactic. Time for another forbidden technique. I wonder if that has been removed from the game. Um, you can deal damage to things with shatter even if they're not within your line of sight, as long as they could get hit by it. It's like LRDing around a corner or stuff like that. Yep. It is true because this Iron Giant was not within my line of sight and it is still hurt after I shattered. Does doing extended change your run in any way? Sometimes. I don't want to spoil it for you. You might do it one day and it will surprise you. So I can tell you that sometimes I have not done the things that would make it change the orb run, and I'm not going to. But there are things that you can do or not do during extended that would change the orb run and make it significantly harder. They're not gonna make it easier. Um, and that's all that you will know. Unfortunately, these guys cannot go through the lava, so I think I can just rest. Yeah, I can just rest here. This would be a great time to drink a potion of ambrosia, actually. Yeah, but I'll only drink one. I might need the rest. Draw out power? No, I could just rest. I could just rest. Yeah, the thing is that resting is a little bit annoying because sometimes a monster appears and stops the rest, but we're fine now. Would be cool if that if you cleared the entire health and the orb run was just empty. Boo! No, that's boring. And let me tell you, that doesn't happen. You murdered so everything that there is no one to chase after you anymore. Nah, you still get chased by pan guys. Um, Juggernaut was not having it. It was like, I'm just gonna walk out. What are you gonna do about it? You hope Sod shows up. Oh wait. Ah, for a second I thought that this was like silenced floor because of how it looks in console compared to this, but no, it's not. You don't know, normal orb run is not extremely exciting anyway. It can be. I mean, it depends on how strong the panlords that you get are, or the orb run enemies that generate are. Sometimes, like some characters, it's okay to have an exciting orb run, but on some of them, I definitely would appreciate just like the calmest orb run possible. The Juggernaut falls into the lava. The Juggernaut is incinerated. So yes, you can make things fly with Polar Vortex, and you can softly deposit them in lava. Um, it is pretty nice to have that option to kill stuff like that Juggernaut. These guys fly, don't they? That's why they're not really hurt. Oh, well, this one is almost dead. Doesn't fly? Must be thinking about NetHack Titans, which I am almost certain fly. Anyway, lots of giants here. This is a level wide vault, But it, unlike the other ones that I was talking about, this one was designed with the new levels in mind. So it is like literally the whole level is just a bunch of giants, which is pretty funny. You hope that's not possible to players. If a player would lose flight over deep water or lava, you are drained every turn that you are floating over it, but you're still floating over it, so you don't die instantly. Permadeaths have been removed from crawl almost in their entirety. Like they don't really they're not technically permadeaths, but they you can still get insta killed by something. Like not permadeath, but like instant deaths have been killed by have been removed from crawl mostly. Um, you can still get killed instantly by getting paralyzed or technically by getting banished, but it's not like, oh, you stepped on lava, you're dead, like it would be in worse games like NetHack. Um, yeah, but you can still kill monsters like that, and it is pretty funny. Lots of juggernauts, lots of titans. But Polar Vortex is doing pretty good work. Pretty good job. The Iron Giant is incinerated. It really is super funny to do this. Just insta killing things because I am using a level 9 spell in case a level 9 spell wasn't already strong enough, you know? Rogue has lava insta deaths, but they seem well handled. I don't know enough about Broke. I have played some, but very little. I never won it. I never even got deep into it. Um, can you do it with your own lava from the mortar spell? Yes, but um, for that I need to cast it, right? And like it places some lava, and then I would need to polar vortex, um, which is not impossible. Like you polar vortex, and that destroys a mortar. But it creates a very like small amount of lava. Dropping the monsters onto the lava is more of a luck thing than a player control thing because of how the monsters just cycle around you whenever you cast Polar Vortex. Okay, we're at level 6 out of 7. We're so close. Hmm. There's a lot of Hell Sentinels. That's a lot of Hell Sentinels. Okay, I'm starting to get pretty scared. There's just too many Hell Sentinels for a healthy diet, you know? Should have suspected something when I saw that bolt that I entered, where I dropped. I mean, it's just a bunch of doors, and I think that behind every door there was like a combination of an Iron Giant and a Hell Sentinel. Oh, okay. We're not so close to the tele trap. I was hoping for the tele trap to be of some use here. Okay, wow, Ru protecting me quite a bit. Okay, tele trap, beautiful. We have a crystal echidna. I'm still marked, by the way. The entire level is coming for me, since even if they weren't, after I woke them all up, like they definitely are coming all for me. Uh, Progress Knight's very minimalistic and well polished. You played more, but you want to play more crawl more right now. How long have you been playing crawl for? The Iron Giant throws the Hell Sentinel at you. That's probably top 3 bad messages in Crawl. The Iron Giant throws the Hell Sentinel at you. Pretty scary that these guys can do that. Throw ally. Throws a nearby ally at a monster's foe, doing minimal damage and landing the thrown monster nearby. I wonder if that does minimal damage to me or does it do minimal damage to the monster? Must have been the monster because the Hell Sentinel is slightly wounded. Hmm. Keep in mind that we don't have any more potions of mana. We have 28 mana. Can we kill everything here by spamming Shatter? Well, this one is almost dead. But I am afraid that there may be another one. I think that I saw 3 at some point. And we are exhausted, so we cannot use draw out power again. Alright, we're fine. Except for the fact that we just got hit by a 52 damage iron shot. Are you joking? 52 damage iron shot? 3 dice of 32. I mean, I guess it got a pretty average roll for 52, like a bit above average, except for the fact that I have 56 armor class. So yeah, it's just sometimes Crawl decides to hurt you for no good reason. I think that Crawl is a very toxic game because it just hurts you for no good reason. I want my mana back. I would like to have some mana right now. So I'm waiting for the exhaustion to wear off so I can use draw out power. I don't want to do anything to these guys in the meantime. Draw out power. Played for the first time after 9 months. Played for the first time about 9 months ago, but only decently got into it last month. For me, it was a similar case. I got into Crawl only like I played for the first time in January of 2020. No, not 2020. No. It was 2011, I think. First time I played Crawl. January of 2011. And then I played a little bit. I got completely destroyed by things that are no longer in the game, funnily enough. And then I went back to NetHack. And then at some point later that year, I think it was April, I decided that I completely hated NetHack and I didn't want to play NetHack again. And at that point, that's when I started to play Crawl. I played other roguelikes as well, but I also played Crawl. It's getting attacks of opportunity on me. I feel like it really shouldn't get attacks of opportunity on me because it's slower than I am. Anyway, we killed the entire level. Probably would have been able to do that a lot more safely had I not just shattered everything at the very start. Here we go, this 7. We immediately go down into being drained. Quite a bit, by the way. We are at red drain now. 154 HP. I feel like a cat. And lots of really scary things. I hope that I can shatter them all. I went for the shatter actually first thing because I figured that it would kill the ancient champs because those ones are weak to shatter. I knew that it was not gonna kill the Juggernaut or the Island Golem Iron Giant, but it did soften them up at least. I'm gonna go for another shatter. The last level of every hell is full size. That is something also that happens. The last level is full size. You could play the game and probably win, but it was tough to like roguelikes even though you wanted to. It was tough to like roguelikes even though you wanted to. That's interesting. Alright, pretty good. We still need to be a little bit careful here. I'm not close enough to this pattern. At least I know that I'm not close enough to this pattern. But that is something that I'm gonna have to deal with at some point. Talking about different roguelikes. In NetHack, this pattern is kind of a joke, or at least it was back when I played in NetHack 3.4.3. But in Crawl, this pattern is pretty scary, pretty powerful. You could see many things you'd like about Crawl, but couldn't get hooked for a while. Hmm. Have I ever had an experience like that? Not really. I feel like often the not getting hooked part is what ends up winning out. Ouch. 45 damage from the Quicksilver Elemental. Oh man, it's about to. How? I have been streaming for so long, man. That's crazy. And I'm only at first hell out of 4, man. And the worst part about this is that I also want to do a cigarette. Um, yeah, I know that a cigarette is not gonna take me 4 hours at least. That's crazy. I think that I should start streams earlier during the tournament, so I have time to finish my games. But hopefully, like, or not hopefully, I know the next games are not gonna take me this long because they're not gonna be mages. They're not gonna be mages. Mages just take too long. They're fun, but they take way too long. You didn't think Hells would be so long? With a melee character, it doesn't take this long. As I have already said, uh, I have I have games where I win 15 runes in 5 hours. Um, that is, of course, strong melee characters, worshippers of the Shining One, not this one. Okay, so my first hell is the one that has the Serpent of Hell, Delightful. The Serpent of Hell has 3 times bite for 35 damage each, and then Claw Trampled Tail. It does its whole combo every time it melees you. At 6 attacks, Hydras have nothing on the Serpent of Hell in melee. The Serpent of Hell also has 323 HP or around that. Lots of willpower, lots of armor class, no evasion. Um, at least this version of the Serpent of Hell doesn't fly. The Serpent of Hell is super funny because every game it's different. Like it can generate in the final level of one of the hells, but you don't know what hell is gonna have it, and depending on where it generates, it's different. Like it's a different monster. Um, the this version of the Serpent of Hell has a bunch of armor class, and it has Iron Shot, Quicksilver Bolt, and Corrosive Bolt. And here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. If it uses its breath weapon, it uses all 3 of those at the same time. So, so yeah, it just does a lot of damage. It also has Summon Dragon and Abjuration, but like, who cares about Summon Dragon? Summon Dragon at this point is kind of a cantrip. Like, I am going to be happy if it chooses to use Summon Dragon. Um, does cat shapeshifter 15 rune sounds good to you? It is a cat. I would not be playing a cat myself. I wouldn't really find it enjoyable. Um, but don't let me tell you what you are to do. If you feel like that could be something fun for you, then by all means just go for it. Let me know what happens. It is pretty funny how it just does the full combo. That's 6 melee attacks in one turn. Fortunately, I have 56 armor class. Thinking about Apoc. I'm thinking about Apoc, but I think we have gotten to the point where using Apoc is just not worth it. I think we should limit our usage of Root to draw out power and power leap. Apoc was a wonderful tool when we didn't have level 9 spells, but now that we have level 9 spells, I don't think that we can really justify the great drain that Apoc causes. It is a lot of drain, and we would be better off just using draw out power. And wowee, 75 damage. Um, the turn after I draw out power is the turn where the Serpent of Hell decides to actually do its breath weapon. And as you can see, all 3 hits of the breath weapon hit me through my 17 armor class. Um, 75 damage. The Ice Dragon also hit me with his breath weapon. Delightful. I have to take advantage of the fact that I still don't have the minus potion and just go for a heal wounds here, I think. Didn't really play cats, but someone won a melee cat that was shapeshifting with 15 runes, and that sounds interesting. I would recommend you to stay away from cats until you get more experience. I feel like here's the thing about cats and the thing why I don't like them. They don't get to interact with many things that you find in the game. They don't get weapons and they don't get armor. They don't get throwables. They get evocations. They get rings. They get jewelry. I guess they get like amulets is what I'm talking about. They get gods. Um, but because they're a cat, if you find like a cool armor, cool weapon, you're just gonna be disappointed by not being able to use it. You like humans? Yeah, humans are a lot cooler than cats, and humans are pretty plain. That's how lame cats are, in my opinion. Um, like it is, they're like my least one species because I have one more mummies than cats. Um, I guess least one species that is still in the game. Come on. You are making this unnecessarily difficult, Serpent of Hell? Jeez. Like it's used his red weapon twice, and 2 times it's hit me for more than 70 damage. Um, that's rough. The first time that it used its breath weapon, it was right after I used draw out power too. So I would love to have access to draw out power, right about now, so I could heal. Gotta wait one turn so I can shatter the Serpent of Hell, and ideally that kills it. Hey, let's go. That was unnecessarily dangerous. I think that it's probably the worst Serpent of Hell version, the one that spawns here, because all 3 of its breath weapons are super scary. The other versions of the Serpent of Hell, let me see if I can search for them. Ah, yes, I can. You get the Cocytus one, the Iron City of this one, the Jaina one, and the Tartarus one. The Cocytus one does Cold Breath, Freezing Cloud, and Flash Freeze. That's kind of a joke compared to what we just experienced. The Jaina one does Fire Breath, Bolt of Magma, and Fireball, which, once again, that's not so much of a joke, but it is not the one that we just fought. And the Tartarus one does Ghostly Fireball, Miasma, and Poison Arrow. That would be the least dangerous one for my character. Um, yeah, Ghostly Fireball does a little bit, Miasma does nothing, Poison Arrow does a little bit. We got the hardest one, the one that does the most damage, which is Iron Shot, Corrosive Bolt, and Quicksilver Bolt. Those 3 things really hurt. especially when it is guaranteed to do all three of those whenever it uses its breath weapon. Yep, and not that that's a unique property to the one from these. All of the Serpents of Hell do all of the breath weapons whenever they shoot a breath weapon. Oof. We need a 27-headed Serpent of Hell. That would just one-shot you. Like, if a 3-headed Serpent of Hell dealt 70 damage the 2 times it used its breath weapon against me, a 27-headed Serpent of Hell would just kill you from full HP, no matter your armor class or evasion. That was only the beginning. I still have to fight the Hell Lord. And then 3 more Hells, and then we're done. Well, I would also have to do a cigarette, so I guess that I'm gonna get the room here, and I'm just gonna end stream, and then I'm gonna come back at a later date, more likely than not, just tomorrow, and we're gonna complete 3 more Hells and a cigarette, and then I'm gonna win this character, and we are not gonna die in the process of doing that. And then what else am I going to do in the tournament? Man, this character has taken so much time from the tournament. This is crazy. Considering that I've only been playing on stream, having a character take so much time, 11 hours and 25 minutes, and that is more time because yeah, 11 hours and 25 minutes feels like a little bit of a weird amount of time. I feel like it is not representative of how much time it's taken me to play this character. Um, that LRD dealt quite a lot of damage to that guy. I guess it must not have a lot of armor class, but I got a really good roll. Extremely fun fact, current world record nuclear throne run lasts over 24 hours. That's crazy. Is that a roguelike? Like, I have heard of nuclear throne. It was mentioned in the stream recently. Anyway, what is the world record? Or like, is it like fastest run? Probably not fastest run, right? No way it is the fastest run. It lasted for more than 24 hours. Must be like high score or something. I like how Crawl does scoring, by the way, because it is not like the NetHack scoring where it rewards you for grinding. It is in fact the opposite. It rewards you for going through the game fast. Um, Fast in terms of turn count more than anything. Okay, Tormentor appears on screen. Same turn torments me, and then I get beaten by Acoustic Strike and Corroded. That was quite the combination. And so we draw out power. Roguelite arcadey top-down shooter. There's a looping mechanic that lets you repeat the game with higher difficulty each time endlessly. It kind of turns the game into an infinite survival game. And are you telling me that someone played that nonstop for 24 hours? That's crazy. Every pleasure in life, when taken to its extreme, becomes a torture. I can tell you for sure that you're never gonna see me playing anything for 24 hours in a row. I'll play it over 2 days, then that's fine. Got some pretty bad rolls of Shatter there. Among the many secret immunities that gargoyles have, I wish they had immunity to getting barfed. Because, I mean, if they have immunity to getting flayed, I feel like they should also have immunity to getting barfed. Like my first win. Oh wow, I am over 100k turns. It's been a while since I have had a game over 100k turns. But it's also been a while since I've done extended in as a mage. The shutter animation when the player spins. The player spins. Oh, you mean like the? Well, not that. Oh wow, it killed it. I was not intending for Fridge to kill that, but yeah, that one, like the shaking. It is an earthquake after all. It's supposed to be. Enormous burst of concussive force around the caster, dealing severe damage to all nearby creatures. It is especially effective against those made from ice, bone, or any wall-like substance such as rock, metal, or crystal, as well as those turned to stone by petrification. It is less effective against flying, gelatinous, and insubstantial creatures. It may also destroy nearby walls. Yeah, I don't think I had ever taken root to extended, but yeah, pretty decent. I mean, I have very little to complain about because the Ru is the whole reason why I got to this point in the first place. Um, and it's not like Ru has been completely death weight at this point. Draw out power has been helpful, super helpful. The player tile shakes, but not the Hellfires. It looks very funny. Well, the console does shake as well. You can see it. So I know that it shakes, but I don't know about health bars. As you can see, console doesn't really have health bars. Or well, it kind of does, but it has them on the right in the part that you cannot see. Another reason to play console. I like Brom. I like Brom. It's pretty funny. I the whole thing of pushing monsters away from you by launching a boulder at them is hilarious. This Spatter, Lord of the Iron City, comes into view, and this Spatter has the Orb of this Spatter. Greatest and most ruthless of the Lords of Hell, this Spatter was born when first an iron sword drank mortal blood. They despise mortal vanities, the pursuit of reason and beauty. The only art they enjoy is the art of war. As you can see, this Spatter has a ton of armor class and almost no evasion and big HP. This Spatter has Iron Shot, Crystal Spear, Damnation, Summoned Hell Sentinel, which is pretty nasty. That something so tanky has something so deadly as Summoned Hell Sentinel, and Damnation. Yeah. Also hits for 50, immune to acid, Damnation Torment, resistant to steam and miasma. I think that the Hell Lords are overall more dangerous and scarier than the Pan Lords. Um, Yeah, if I had to rank them, this Spatter would be pretty high up there. I don't know if it would be the most dangerous one. I think it really depends on your character. For this one, I don't think this Spatter is like that bad, but like we're gonna need brilliance and haste. Okay, bring it on. Crystal Spear hits you but does no damage. Oh, that's a good message to see. Let's go. After the beating that the Serpent of Hell gave to me, I need something like that. Yeah, keep giving me that message. Um, Nothing can stop themselves from being run over by a big boulder. Broming is in extended is awesome. Like it's pretty good. Like the fact that I am in extended and I'm still throwing boulders at things every now and then when they align, because like at this point the turns are too valuable for me to be moving around and positioning. Um, like positional magic only works when the game is not like threatening you with so much power as it does in extended. But when the monster is aligned and I do Brom, like sometimes it's literally just the correct play to do Brom, which is wonderful. Okay, summons a Hell Scent. I kill the Hell Scent. Summons another Hell Scent. Oh, that's not a summon Hell Scent, that's the real one. You kill this Spatter. That took how many shatters? Must have been like 6 or so at least, which I wouldn't have been able to do if I hadn't drank a potion of brilliance. And also, brilliance gives you extra spell power, so probably would have taken more than 6 if I hadn't drank the potion. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it took me 7 shatters. 7 shatters. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, I had to use consumables, and I'm out of brilliance now. But this pattern is one of the tankiest things that we're gonna see here. Like Ereshkigal, I should theoretically be able to kill easily with like 3 shatters, because Ereshkigal has like 250 HP, so it's not that bad. Antaeus is probably gonna be a problem. I can probably kill Antaeus with Hellfire Mortar of all things. And Asmodeus dies to Polar Vortex. You pick up the Iron Rune and feel its power, and now I have 12 out of 15. 12 out of 15. I have to go pick up my only potion of brilliance left in the game. Unfortunately, we only have one left, so we're gonna need it. We're gonna need to save it for when we really, really, really need it. Pretty much. We have a mutation here. Might as well buy it. I think I'm just gonna buy everything. I am kind of rich like that this time. Um, how do you select everything? There was a button. I remember there was a button that used to select literally everything, but I don't remember what it was. Anyway, we buy everything, so now this is an abandoned shop. Yeah, back to D1. Those things that I wanted to buy, but I didn't have money to do it. Now I have all the money. Anyway, that will be it for me today. I feel that I shouldn't continue because like my focus is definitely sleeping way too much. Oh man, this is stream number 3 of this character. This is my own fault for starting a mage. I should have known better. But I mean, we are still alive, and yeah, I mean, it's not been a hard character or anything, but it's just taken too long. Also, I'm not even at 200 HP. I'm 197. I thought that I was gonna get to 200, but I guess that 197, maybe 198 if I was to max fighting, but I'm not doing that. I like this title. Anyway, I'll do a cigarette tomorrow. I have multiple level 9s. I can probably do it just fine. I would like to believe that I can probably do it just fine. Would be a lot easier if I had mana potions or more potions of more potions of brilliance. Let me see if there's mana potions in shops. Nope, nothing. Ooh, okay, so we're gonna have to hope to find this. When do I finish? I get 15 runes, I do a cigarette, I pick up the orb, and then I get out. And that is a 15 rune game. The cigarette is completely optional, but for tournament reasons, I want to do a cigarette. Um, I think that there is a banner. Oh, like the next stream. It should be tomorrow. Tomorrow or Wednesday, but almost guaranteed to be tomorrow. Because the tournament time is running out. Around the same time as this stream. If you want to watch, there's my Discord. Like my Discord's only purpose is to notify people when I go live, pretty much. So you can join the Discord and you will be notified through Discord whenever my stream goes live. So yeah, let me just pause this or get rid of that, and I will be back tomorrow. Oh man, I'm tired. I'm tired. I think I might start earlier tomorrow because like I really want to finish that character already. I wanted to play more characters, but it just hasn't happened. It's been this is like literally character number 4 for me this tournament. Number 4. Characters number 1 and 2 won. Number 3 died super early, and number 4 is this one. Oh, this has been a bad tournament in the sense that like I just haven't been able to play as much as I would have liked to. But anyway, see you around. Have a nice rest of your night, and thank you for the continued support, everyone. Do not forget to contribute if you can and if you want to, because I would definitely appreciate that, and it would be very, very helpful. But anyway, see you